Good evening and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. By the close of play this evening, we will have our full lineup for finals night. Henry Deacon alongside me to reflect on what we've seen so far and, of course, look ahead to what should be a thrilling night of darting action. 3 players already through to finals night, of course. Lee Evans, Josh Payne and Graham Usher have already booked their places there. Of those 3, who have you been most impressed with so far?
And by the way, isn't it getting exciting now we've got more players in that finals field? I mean, you can't not be impressed with Josh Payne this week. And he had this opportunity because he came in as the alternate qualifier, the best runner-up. He has the opportunity to free roll a little bit. He's taken full advantage of it. But I've said for weeks, and I'm going to continue saying it, Graham Usher, I still think is the man to beat in this field, and I'm not going to change my opinion now.
Really interesting speaking to Lee Evans earlier as well about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He said he had a lot of cramp and then he drank a lot of water in order to help him with that side of things. It certainly did on Thursday and today because his finishing was sublime, wasn't it?
Yeah, I had a little chat with Lee after the session finished today, and he basically said after the Wednesday session, I'm just going to do everything I can to get myself ready for the Thursday and Friday. He spent that evening, he did what he had to do. He tried to look after his body, tried to rehydrate, do all the things that most sports people would do in that situation to get themselves into the best physical condition to go again on Thursday and Friday. I think when he lost that first game, I think it was to Chaz, wasn't it? We were a little bit worried about him, but the way he come back from that setback, it speaks volumes about him. And look, he's into the final now tomorrow night. He's going to be in imminent danger, and he could be a real spoiler and a real live threat to win the 20K.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting that despite it being a physical ailment, he did say because of that, it didn't affect him mentally at all. It must be difficult, even though it's all physical, to not let that niggle away at you.
Because you feel as if you can't perform to your 100% best. When you're playing in an occasion like this, and it is, for some of these players, the biggest week of their career, you want to feel as if you are in control of every single element of your game, whether that is your throw, whether that's physical things, whether that's mental things. And if you feel physically you're not 100%, mentally it does put you in the doldrums a little bit, and it takes a lot of resolve for someone to get through that field. And look at the players who haven't qualified for that group. Chaz Barstow, Robert Owen, to name but 2. To get through that says a lot about his mental resolve. It
certainly does. 3 more places up for grabs. They will be sorted this evening. Chris Mason, one of the players currently in those places. It's quite interesting speaking to him last night because he did lose his first 2 games yesterday. He did say he started to feel like he was getting cut adrift slightly. It's quite interesting to hear him say that, especially given the experience he has in this environment.
But what he did do is I think he used his experience in the last 2 matches, and now because he's won those last 2 games, he's in a favourable position to get out the group and qualify for tomorrow night. And I think you look at the top 2, I think they are through. Darryl can rubber stamp it in game 1, and why would that be a great thing for him just to get it done with without any matter of fuss? But as you say, that's put Mason in a really good position against 2 players in Tian and Hall who I still think are looking to find a bit of confidence here at Champions Week. And if there's one thing that we've learned from Mace over the last couple of weeks playing is mental fortitude is something he's got in abundance.
Yeah, and quite interesting as well. Conan Whitehead put on Facebook yesterday evening, I've got a new book coming out. It's How to Lose a Lead, which I think sums up how he was feeling after that. But so animated up on stage last night. He did tail off quite dramatically, didn't he, in that last game? Do you see him performing more consistently across the board tonight?
That's actually what they do in the Dogs Trust Lost Kennels Club, How to Lose a Lead, but that was terrible, wasn't it? But we've got...
It started. Marine's actually leaving the building. I can see her exiting before we've got underway.
But with Conan, he's the sort of player that can come back from those adversities. Remember, he's the only player in this field that came back a second time and qualified. So he can come back from adversity quite quickly, and he did that last night. He's got a tough opening game, so there is a potential if he loses to Darryl, he's going to have to do that again. But if anyone can do it, yeah, it's Conan.
And just a word on Ciaran Teehan as well, because just the 2 points for him, but he'll be looking at some of those. He had so many mismatch starts. He must be wondering how he's still on 2 points. Yeah,
he had a lot of opportunities and he didn't take them. And I'm a little bit worried about Ciaran tonight because in those games, some of his opponents maybe didn't play to the level that they may have played in other games. I think he's got to put 4 or 5 points on his average this evening to stand a chance.
Yeah, I think we can all agree with that. Right then, less than 5 minutes to go until we get underway on Sporty Stuff TV. Come and join us to see who completes the lineup for finals night.
the MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good evening and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. By the close of play tonight, we will have our completed field for finals night. Corinne Hammond alongside me to discuss what we've got coming up for you tonight. A really intriguing night of action ahead, it's fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's all to play for. Darryl was strong and consistent. He was the only player that was consistent all night last night, so he's probably feeling a little bit comfortable, but the rest of it, yeah, it is all to play for, and anyone can get through.
It certainly is. Before we tuck into tonight's action, let's remind ourselves of what happened this afternoon as Josh Payne and Lee Evans booked their place in finals night. Here's Henry with the highlights.
Chas Barso couldn't replicate his form from Thursday on Friday as he bowed out of Champions Week. Gavin Carlin's highlight was a 104 as he finished bottom of the Group C table. We look forward to seeing him upon his return. Robert Owen got this 67 to get the better of Barstow, but fourth place was as good as it got for the talented Welshman. Peter Jakes was on the cusp of qualification but missed out at the final hurdle. This 82 against Gavin Carlin helped him on his way towards third place. Lee Evans got the second spot in the group, thanks in part to efforts like this 164 against Robert Owen. But it was joy for Josh as he topped Group C thanks to efforts like this 152 to beat Robert Owen in the last game of the day.
Yeah, really incredible show in there from Josh this morning. We can take a look then, confirmation of how Group C finished up. And just a quick word on Lee Evans, who underperformed in Group A, I think it's fair to say. Didn't win a game on Wednesday. He said he was struggling with cramp in those opening 3 days. But to respond in the manner that he did shows real mental strength, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely does. And he was able to maintain the lead that he'd built from yesterday morning, coming into today's session, and be able to get the job done and get himself through.
Indeed. Right then, tonight we have the conclusion of Group B. Let's remind you of how things stand coming into tonight's session. Of course, it is Darryl Pilgrim who leads the way at the moment. Conan Whitehead, someone you know incredibly well. I thought it was very interesting that he posted on Facebook last night that he's bringing out a new book on how to lose a lead. I don't know whether you saw that.
No, I didn't see it, but that sounds like something Conan would say.
And that's a sign as well, isn't it, of how he's responding to this, trying to make a little joke of it, although it will be serious out there tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Chris Mason, a word on him, because it felt like quite an underwhelming night for him, but he's still very much in contention. Interesting, when I spoke to him last night, that he was saying he lost those first 2 games and he started to feel like he was getting cut adrift at the top of the table. For someone with his experience in this field, it's quite interesting to think that he was thinking that way.
Yeah, it is actually. I'm quite surprised to hear that he would be saying something like that. I mean, he does have a load of experience, as we all know, but he's never been out of it. He's still not out of it. It's you know, all to play for. Yeah,
it certainly is. First up tonight, then we've got Darryl Pilgrim against Conan Whitehead. When these two met yesterday, Pilgrim took out this 110 to get over the line with a 15-dart leg, a superb checkout to end his night top of the league table. A real drop-off from Conan, though, wasn't there, towards the back end of the night. Do you think we'll see a more consistent level from him tonight?
Yeah, I think so. I did say to Conan after the night finished that it hit 12 o'clock and he turned into a pumpkin, so because he was, you know, playing exceptionally well in his first couple of games, and then the last two he lagged. So, I mean, he's taken that on board. I think he's prepared a little bit differently today, so I expect that we'll see him be able to maintain the same level all night. And for him, I'm sure he's hoping that it's a good start.
Right then, let's hear what the Pumpkin had to say before this match. He caught up with the guys backstage.
Conan, Friday night at the Super Series, last chance saloon for finals night of Champions Week. How are you feeling ahead of the action?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I mean, I'm a last chance saloon man anyway. You might have watched a few of my last ones, and I think the last one I got through on the last night and ended up winning the Saturday, so happy days.
Yeah, 2 of the first 3 games tonight involve you. How important is it to get off to a good start and get your place secured as early as you can?
It's not as important as winning the last 2 games, to be honest, because the last 2 games are the ones that will secure it. I mean, yeah, it's nice to get off to a good start, but if you can't, then you've got to do it at the good end. So,
perfect. All the best.
Perfect, thank you.
Right then, our first match of the evening session. A reminder that Darryl Pilgrim, if he gets the 2 points in this one, he does qualify for finals night. Corinne's going to run down to the commentary box. Henry, over to you.
Good evening, Abby. Good evening, everyone. It is Decision Day Part 2 as we find out the 3 final identities for the finals night field here at Champions Week at the MODUS Super Series. Darryl Pilgrim is already on the hill already in the quest to get through to tomorrow night's finale. Conan Whitehead is the other player who is in prime position to get himself into tomorrow night's showpiece occasion, and the £20,000 first prize would be within his grasp. For Darryl Pilgrim, the 35-year-old from South Croydon, the Flying Eagle, had a flying night yesterday. He won all 4 of his matches. He's also come tumbling in the betting in terms of winning the week altogether. Conan Whitehead, the 36-year-old from Raynham, took advantage of a second opportunity to make it through to Champions Week. He won in Week K after previously missing out in qualification. It's Pilgrim who has the darts, and if he wins, we'll know the first identity into the finals from Group B for the first game of the evening. Joining myself in the commentary box are all the toes and fro's from the Yoki with a massive stat pack in her hand. A very good evening to Corinne Hammond.
Ah, Henry, we've been 30 seconds and you've already thrown in a pun and a reference to the stats. This is going to be a great night.
Couldn't think of anything better.
No, definitely. We are living the dream here at the MODUS Live Lounge.
Indeed we are. Conan Whitehead then kicking off with a ton followed by a ton 40. So 2-6-1 after 6 darts. Pilgrim's also had 6. He's thrown first in this opening leg. 60 followed by a 58 means he's on 3-8-3. He follows up with a 1-3-4. So he's now on 2-4-9 compared to Whitehead's 2-6-1 in this opening leg.
140.
So Pilgrim on 2-4-9, Whitehead on 1-2-1. So he is first to a finish, and he will be on that upon his return.
96. Conan, you require 121.
So 1-2-1 for Whitehead for the opening leg. Downstairs, 101 remaining. So Trouble 17 would have left himself a dart at the bullseye.
Darryl,
And so Pilgrim now 153 he wants. Whitehead on 83. And so upstairs first for Pilgrim. Head down for 19. And so Pilgrim left on 16. Whitehead wanting 83 for this opening leg. The bullseye.
Game shot on the
secures the opening leg of the evening for Conan Whitehead. He leads by a leg to 0. And we're just sorting out a couple of issues of our graphics. So I'm going to head back into the commentary box. And Corinne, as you can see, is looking so at home here in the commentator's box. How have you been enjoying the last couple of days?
Yeah, it has been fun, actually. I mean, I love listening to your stats, Henry. That's really made my evening, as I was saying yesterday. But no, I think we're in for a great night tonight. What a fantastic bull shot from Conan. I think I mentioned a couple of times how he was nowhere near it last night, but certainly got his act together already tonight.
Must have given him a pep talk this morning.
I think it was the reference I told him about being a pumpkin after it turned midnight last night. So, yeah, he's obviously thought about that and thought he doesn't want to do it again.
Well, you mentioned Conan Whitehead being a pumpkin, but which one of these darting Cinderellas are going to be heading to the bull tomorrow night?
Oh, Henry, you make me laugh.
140.
Oh, another great start there from Conan. What's that? 3 140s already in this match.
Only a leg and a bit in. But 3 from 5 go through. Do you see the top
58.
3 being dislodged?
I don't know. I think we're going to see a different Graham Hall tonight, if I'm honest. I don't think we're going to see a repeat of last
60.
night. Same with Ciaran. He was unlucky in a few games too. So, yeah, I definitely think it is all to play for. I think I would be really surprised if Darryl doesn't get through, to be honest. I mean, he gave himself quite a comfortable lead after
58.
the end of last night's session. So I'd be surprised if he loses it.
He could go through following the end of this game. 10 points in Group B means automatic
100.
passage through to Saturday night's final at the Live Lounge, which you can tune in tomorrow night on Sporty Stuff TV from 10. And do stay tuned as well, of course, the MODUS Super Series
82.
YouTube channel for all the live coverage, plus exclusive interviews and bonus behind-the-scenes content.
100.
Whitehead's got off to a brilliant start here. He's averaging a ton midway through this second leg on a finish after 12, and Pilgrim's all the way back.
171. Conan,
Not for much longer, mind.
101.
Yeah, not now.
Game shot the second leg.
Can't
Conan
believe
Whitehead.
2 legs in and 2 fantastic finishes from Conan. He really does mean business tonight.
He's proving that he
Third
may
leg,
be
it's
the
Darryl to
man
throw
for the
first.
job. And
Game on.
Darryl Pilgrim, who can secure passage through to the final tomorrow night with any victory at any juncture this evening, has got work to do if he's going to do it in the opening game. But once again, the
177.
cover shooting is spot on from Darryl.
$100.
Now things get interesting.
140.
We're saving the 9 data for tomorrow night, Henry. It's already been decided.
Can you whisper in my ear what
100.
game, just so I can prep myself?
No. You can be just as surprised as everyone else.
100.
Really good leg from Darryl, leaving 84 after 9, and Whitehead all the way back on field. Not that he'll mind too much, because this is with Darryl's darts, and he got the break in the opener.
140. Darryl, you require 84. $67.
Oh, there was that 34.
Conan,
Do you
you
know,
require 161.
I was thinking earlier today about all the times that you could actually leave 34, and I did think, you know, that data double that hits double one when you're on 36, that'd be a reason that you'd
95.
leave 34.
Darryl, you require
And just
17.
like magic, it happened.
Houdini commentary
Game
from
shot on the
Corinne
third
Hammond,
leg.
and
Darryl
Darryl Pilgrim with a magical finish to make it 2-1. And you won't be surprised to know that was Darryl Pilgrim's first dart at double
Fourth leg, it's
17.
Conan to throw first.
Can always rely on you for a random stat.
We've got some double
38.
13s, double 11s, double 15s if we need to go there at some point this evening.
How many darts has he had at double one?
Conan has had 19
41.
darts at double one. It's got 6 of them, so it's got 31% strike rate. 2 players actually have a 100% record in the Madhouse, and that is Chris Mason and Graham Hall.
140.
I'm not sure if that's a record you want or not, though.
Well, I think you probably would, because double one's an awful double. No one's going to say that they like it. So to be able to hit it first start is great.
119.
It's been an excellent opening game. Let's show you the averages again. 96.7 for Pilgrim, 100 for Whitehead.
100.
Whitehead's scoring has been absolutely imperious. There's the power pack on your screen now.
40.
And that's the reason Whitehead's in front, because those scores of ton plus and ton 40 plus. It's just meant that he's been a visit in front, really, in most legs.
97.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be really disappointed he hasn't hit 180 yet, though.
$59. Conan, you require
126 for a
126.
3-1 lead.
So he doesn't need to go for the bull if he, well, he's not even gone that way anyway. Smart thinking, really.
90.
Double 18 was what he wanted. It's what he didn't get, but he's missed on the other side of the wire, so it's not too bad with Pilgrim back on 242. However, he's not going to be back there for much longer.
140. Conan, you
An
require
ironic look
36.
as to why and where was that a couple of visits ago. Double 9.
27. Darryl, you require 102. $46. Conan, you require 9.
Double 4 for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the
Double 4
fourth
is
leg.
pinned for a
Conan
3-1 lead
Whitehead.
for Conan Whitehead, and he's a leg away from seeing the opening victory, and it would mean that Pilgrim's rate for progression goes on.
Fifth leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on. $97. $56. $125.
That was an unlucky last dart there for Darryl. Just clipped the flight or clipped the barrel of the dart the wrong way. I thought we were going to be seeing our first 180 the match there then.
81.
Don't know if we can see a side-on angle, but it's such a smooth and fluid action to Darryl Pilgrim. Just watch the way he brings the dart back and releases it.
101.
That's why you don't see many strayers from him.
43.
No, he holds the rest of his body really quite still. There's no movement in the rest. It's just...
138.
Yeah, that was some great darts there to leave tops.
It just forces the issue of Conan.
140. Darryl, you require 40.
Basically saying to the Barbarian, if I take this tops out, you are going to have to win it
Game
on
shot
your
the
throw.
fifth leg. Darryl
They say in
Pilgrim.
tennis, make your opponent serve it out. That is exactly what Darryl Pilgrim is doing to Conan Whitehead here.
Sixth leg, it's Conan to throw first.
Somewhere to start. First, Max.
140.
Oh, so close. Almost there.
140s, Corinne.
I know he's
137.
come out like a bull at a gate. And to think that he did hold a 2-0 lead earlier. If he happens to go on to lose
100.
this match, then he may have just, been predicting what would happen. As Abby said with his Facebook post about how to he's going to write a book about how to give a good lead away. I mean, that's really what he's potentially
60.
done in this match.
Can't say I'm a fan of Waterstones much, but I may go there and give it a read.
140. $98. Conan, you require
So
121.
to claim the opening win of the evening. 25 for double 18.
Game, shot,
To
and
win
the match.
in style.
Conan
And
Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead moves himself on to 6 points within 2 of Darryl Pilgrim at the top of the table. It's his first defeat of the group, his second defeat in the Super Series phase. Whitehead with an average of 96.24. Quality opening encounter to our evening. Both players 50% on the doubles. but 2 ton-plus checkouts for Whitehead, including that 1-2-1 to win the match, means he is on the board right from the get-go. When we return after the break, it's the 2 players at the bottom of the group overnight who go toe-to-toe. One of Tian and Hall will make it on the 4 points when we return.
Good evening and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Conan Whitehead has just condemned Darryl Pilgrim to his first defeat in Group B, a 4-2 victory for Whitehead in that one. A really high quality start to the evening session from both players in that one, both averaging north of 96 in that match. Conan settling really well with back-to-back 15 dart legs to race into a 2-0 lead, including that 101 checkout in the second leg. Pilgrim applied the pressure, but Whitehead withstood it. A sublime 1-2-1 to get the job done with a 12 dart leg. Both players with 50% checkout success in that match. So Pilgrim's wait to secure his passage through to finals night goes on. He can, of course, do that in match 4 of the evening when he takes on Ciaran Teehan in that one. Ciaran is up next in our next match against Graham Hall. Hall's one and only win yesterday coming in this match. Real drama in that deciding leg. Tian missed the ball by a whisker for a 1-6-4 and Hall took out a 1-1-8 under enormous pressure. to give himself a chance coming into tonight's session. A superb check out there from him, as I said, under superb pressure with Ciaran Teehan left on 25. Tian, well, he'll feel that he could have got more than 2 points so far in this group. He's been unfortunate in a few of the matches and certainly passed up a few opportunities as well. Who will come out on top in this match? Let's hand back over to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. And you sense for these two players, their first game of the evening may well prove to be the most significant. The loser, you sense their chances of progression will be dangling by a thread. The winner can get themselves level on points with Chris Mason in that elusive third spot in the Group B table. Ciaran Teehan was the first ever winner here at the Live Lounge in week 6. He takes on Graham Hall, who was so close to qualifying through Group A. He was top of the table for the most part, but was pipped at the post by Graham Usher in the last game of the group. It was game 45 of 45. As for Tian, the 23-year-old from Cork in the Republic of Ireland, a PDC tour card holder between 2020 and 2022. He'll be looking to get back onto the Pro Tour via Q-School next year, but his priority and his prerogative here is to pick up the first ever Super Series title, and with it a cheque for £20,000. Graham Hall, the questions are for him how he's going to respond to last night on the back of the disappointment from Wednesday.
100.
I think the answer from the get-go is, well, it's a new day, new night, and we'll see how it goes.
Exactly. I do really think we're going to see a different Graham Hall tonight. I mean, he can't afford
45.
to repeat the same performance from last night. So, yeah, I mean, he's off to a good start so far in this leg. So let's just see what happens.
100.
It's absolutely crazy to think that he was only one game away to qualify straight through to Saturday, and now here he is sitting at the bottom of the table in Group B. It's amazing. One game.
41.
One leg as well, because that final game went 4-3. You can imagine why he got a little bit, well, maybe not
44.
despondent, that's probably not the right word, but you can imagine why maybe there would have been a little bit of an effect going into Thursday's session. What do you make of Ciaran
45.
as a player, Corinne?
I mean, obviously he's got what it takes. He's already won a series week, and he's here in Champions Week. He was definitely unlucky last night at some points throughout his matches as well. It's really difficult because you don't think anyone deserves to only be on 2 points. They all had opportunities to be winning more matches than what they did. Obviously, apart from Darryl, he won all of his anyway. So yeah, it's just funny how it all kind of plays out.
Psychology
85.
and those small margins at the Super Series means so much. Graham Hall's first to a finish here after 15 on 130. Another one of them. What a plum first start that is. Double 5.
Game shot the first leg.
Topper to start.
Hall.
Yeah, that's a great finish there. That's going to make him feel a lot more comfortable in this match. You were right in what you said, Henry. This is a really important match for these two. Whoever comes out winning is going to feel like, yep, they're definitely still in there with a chance. The one who walks away with the loss is going to start thinking, oh, I've got a real mountain to climb here with 3 matches left to go, and will absolutely need to win all 3 of them to be any chance of qualifying.
And of course, the interesting thing about this is that after this, you'll see Chris Mason in action. He's the middle player in the group in terms of the table. One of these players will get level with Mason.
60.
In terms of points. And if Whitehead got the win there, you'd have Pilgrim and Whitehead on 8. And you've got Mason, Tian and Hall.
96.
Mason will definitely be on 4 if Whitehead got the win. And then one of these two would also be on that mark. Group B usually is the
60.
Group where the abacus really does come into play.
Lucky I brought mine along with me tonight, Henry, so I can just start counting out on that.
Well, we all just casually bring it along, don't we?
Always keep one with me.
60.
Never know when it's going to be handy.
Exactly. It's far too early in the night for us to be predicting the outcomes anyway. We're only game number 2 in.
58.
There's a lot more action to happen between now and the end of it.
A lot more twists and turns.
And a lot more stats, I'm sure.
Yeah.
60.
I'm not even going to lie there. Tell you what, I'll give you an intriguing starter game.
I'm all ears.
We'll find something in the next leg.
134.
I'll tell you what, here's an intriguing one. We've got 18 games to go here in this phase and in this Champions Week. And I wonder whether we set the target for the players yesterday, didn't we, of 250 180s for the week. Well, we're currently at 2,756 Series 180s. I wonder whether we can set the target and see whether we can get to 2.8 by the end of play tomorrow. It's ambitious, but why not?
84. Graham, you require 153.
On his first leg with a ton-topping checkout, he will not do the same in the second.
93. Ciaran, you require 48.
Double 16.
16.
Again,
Graham,
this
you
could prove to
require
be
60.
a costly miss for Ciaran with those 2 darts at 32 there.
$20. Ciaran, you require 32.
But he's back again for it after Graham only gave himself 1 dart at a double there with that.
Game
first
shot
dart
on the
and 5.
second leg.
Makes no
Ciaran
mistake this
Teehan.
time to even it all up. But that was a holder throw anyway, so back on track.
Third leg, it's
Definitely
Graham to
back
throw
on track.
first.
And he would have
Game
felt
on.
for a second there, a little bit nervy. Graham Hall looked as if he's going to be in a position to double up his lead. You just get the sense, the way
60.
this game is going. They are both trying to find some kind of confidence, both trying to find something. And I just get the sense that they won't care how they get
81.
over the line. They just want to get a win, get their night underway, and still feel they're in the race.
They know where they are in the table. They know what this game means. So absolutely, there is stress and tension in this match because
96.
neither of them want to walk away the loser, because that, as I was saying before, puts a great mountain in front of them if they want to have any hope of being able to qualify through to finals night tomorrow.
125.
We can see that in the averages here so far. Neither of them are playing to what you'd expect them to be doing.
100.
Well, we've had 140 in the entirety of the game.
Very unusual.
123.
I mean, one of the ton-plus throws for Graham Hall was actually the 130 outshot in the opening leg.
100.
This was meant to be the point, lads, where you prove us wrong and you go on a maximum spree.
100.
I'm not
Graham,
quite
you
sure they
require
can hear us from here,
145.
Henry. Might have to speak up a bit.
$85. Ciaran, you require 72.
For the break of throw, Tian wants 72. Another one of them. Gives him a dart at tops.
52.
But he drags
Graham,
it
you
low.
require 60.
And I feel like that's sometimes a danger for taller players, that they can drag that dart at the top of the board just underneath a little.
Game shot on the third leg. Graham Hall.
He made no mistake with a 60 this time around.
Fourth leg, it's Ciaran to
Halfway
throw
there.
first.
All
Game
with
on.
throw thus far in this match. Our first max no decides to run for cover.
141.
But it is another 140 plus throw on the board.
Only our second of the game. Graham Hall actually has a 41% accuracy rate on tops in this phase, so it is one of his most favoured doubles on the board.
58.
Actually, out of all the doubles, if you take out double one, that's regularly gone for. Double four seems to be the one that is, sorry, double eight is the one that seems to be the most helpful. He converted 10 out of 21 going into tonight's session, so he likes it on that side of the board. 30% on double 16, 47% on double 8. So he likes that switch. So that could be something maybe we look at as the
38.
Evening goes on.
I'm fairly certain, Henry, that he likes whatever double goes in. He doesn't matter what side of the board it is or what number it is. As long as it goes in, he loves it.
Basically, my stats are irrelevant.
That's pretty much what I'm trying to say.
95.
Where's the shredder?
We've got the opportunity for a big fish again.
$45. Graham, you require 170.
Too early in the night for the big fish. Maybe later.
58.
We saw a couple of weeks ago Gavin Carlin knock Lucas Venig out of this competition with a 170 finish.
137. Graham, you
Excellent
require
visit for Tian, and that
112.
piles the pressure on this 112 for Hall, who's threatening a break.
$74.
It's just the other side.
Ciaran, you require 82.
So to keep hold of his throw and to level us up again.
That was a lucky miss there at the bullseye.
57.
Couldn't quite convert it
Graham,
though,
you
so
require
Graham's back to
38.
38. How many times has he had darts at double 19, Henry?
It's only his second dart at this double.
No score.
But he now has a strike rate of 1 from
Ciaran,
4
you
on that
require
double.
25.
Ciaran Teehan wants 25 to hold. Graham Hall has had his opportunities. He's had 4 opportunities to break the throw of Ciaran Teehan in this leg. They may have come and gone. Double 4.
Game shot.
Crucial final dart.
Ciaran Teehan.
And it stems the tide in this match. It keeps Graham Hall at bay.
Fifth leg, it's Graham
He could have, perhaps
first.
should have been throwing
Game
for the
on.
match at this juncture, but he has to go back to the world. It's a best of 3, and maybe we're going to get another one of those last leg deciders in this group.
54.
That is a possibility. And look, let's be totally honest here, Henry. Whoever walks away the winner of this game, they're going to have to pick up their standard if they want to get any more
25.
points on the board, because at the moment we're not seeing the kind of darts that is going to get them through to finals night from either of them.
Now, this is a time when the stats genuinely do come in handy because they are playing well below their level for the last few weeks. There's stats for the series. Graham Hall's
66.
overall average is 91.83. Tian's is 87.12. They're a good 12 to 15 points down on that in this particular game.
97.
And that just goes to show the tension in this match. As I said, they both know where they are. They're on the same amount of points. They know whoever comes out of this, the winner, is the one that's going to have a better opportunity to be able to qualify through to tomorrow night.
140.
Is the fear that this could become infectious, though, this level as the night goes on?
I don't think so. I think from the winner, you're only going to see improvements as the night goes on. Because,
180.
and there we have the first 180. You're going to see the improvement from the player that comes out the winner, because they're going to think, right, I got that one under my belt. I need to go on and I need to improve. And they're going to know that they would need to improve.
100.
And we'll just continue to get better.
$99. Graham, you require 141.
Brilliant last start for Tian to leave him on a ton, but he may not get a go. Double 12 for the 141.
Game shot.
Double
the
12
leg.
10 for the
Graham
141.
Hall.
And that could be a game changer for Graham Hall.
Sixth leg, it's Ciaran to throw first.
And you just felt
Game on.
as soon as that treble 19 went in, there was only going to be one outcome on the double 12.
135. $60.
Well, this is really make or break for Ciaran now, this leg. He's either going to put it to a decider or he's going to be walking off the stage with not
24.
earning any more points.
He'd be in a bit of trouble here.
121.
But that's happened a few times, hasn't it, in this game, where we've seen a couple of troubles, but then a stray dart, even in the middle or the end of the visit.
99.
Maybe a rushed third dart. I mean, there have been a couple that have deflected off the barrel or the flight there, but, you know, that last dart there from Graham wasn't a well-thrown dart.
92.
Can that be a rush of the blood type moment?
I don't know, maybe. Maybe he was thinking he was going to get his first 180 of the game.
59.
Don't know. I'm probably sure that he's not really thinking about that. He just wants to score as heavily as he can to get himself down on a double so he can hit it and walk away the winner.
Tunnel vision.
Yeah.
140.
He's given himself a great opportunity. He'll be back for 88 to close out the match.
$58. Graham, you require 88.
Oh, those single numbers, Henry. Every
40.
single time. Hardest
Ciaran,
ones
you
to get.
require 126.
Another.
90. Graham, you require
So
48.
Graham gets his chance.
He does. What's he going to do with it? Is he going to end up with double 8? Gone straight for tops.
Game, shots, and the match.
And double 10
Graham
will do the job
Hall.
for Graham Hall as he doubles his points tally. He is on to 4 points, and for Ciaran Teehan, he has got it all to do from here. These are the stats: an 82.09 average for Hall, 80.36 for Tian. Both know they're going to have to improve in their next matches. That highlight being a 1-4-1 for Graham Hall, with Tian potentially teeing up the break of throw to go 3-2 in front. And so for Graham Hall, a 4-2 success in his first game of the evening. Chris Mason is the only player we haven't seen so far this evening. That's going to change after this short break as he takes on Conan Whitehead.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Good evening and welcome back to the final session in Group B, where Graham Hall has just come through the 4-2 winner over Ciaran Teehan in that second match of the session. As Corinne said in commentary, we expected to see a different Graham Hall out there tonight, and he certainly laid down a bit of a marker in that opening leg, a 130 checkout on double 5 to clinch it, but that wasn't a sign of what was to come for the majority of that match. The magnitude of what was at stake reflected in some of the twitchy attempts at double that we saw from both of them in that match. As you can see, just 25% checkout success from Ciaran Teehan in that match. Tian was getting himself into some good positions in legs, but that 1-4-1 from Hall to move within one of the match, really turning the tide in that one. Next up then, we do have Conan Whitehead against Chris Mason. Whitehead, of course, taking out that superb 1-2-1 checkout to get over the line against Darryl Pilgrim in his opening match of the evening session. As for Chris Mason, of course, he ended last night's session on 4 points, and he took out a superb checkout of his own in yesterday's action. That 1-3-2 was a real highlight of the session, wasn't it? Here we can see it, how he managed to get through to the bullseye to complete that 1-3-2. A really sensational dart. We can see him moving across the oche there just to see enough of that bullseye to pin it, which he did, to level things up against Conan Whitehead. A superb checkout from him. And when I spoke to Mason yesterday, he actually was saying that he's very much aware of how much he struggles in the opening match of sessions. So it'll be interesting to see how he fares in this one. Let's head into it then and head back to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. Chris Mason will be hoping that those woes at the start of the session don't continue and that he can reassert his gap towards those placed 4th and 5th in the table respectively. If he does, it makes things very interesting because it put him on 6 points alongside Conan. Graham Hall will be back on 4 and Darryl Pilgrim would still not be safe on 8 points. If Conan Whitehead gets a win, then he'll move on to 8 points. He'd have a 4-point gap on Mason and Hall, level on points with Pilgrim, and will put him in a very privileged position in the group. And I wonder how much the advantage of playing already and winning already is going to help Conan.
Game on.
It's going to give him a lot of confidence, especially considering how well he played in that first match there. I mean, there were a few missed starts at doubles, but on the whole, it was a fantastic game.
100.
He's certainly going to think he's got the advantage over Mace here, having already had a game tonight under his belt.
60.
Chris has been playing down his chances ever since he set foot in the Super Series.
180.
Conan Whitehead has all the confidence in the world that he's going to be the man to pick up the £20,000 first prize tomorrow night. And I don't know about you, Karim, but
57.
That just tonight feels as if there's a real seriousness about what's about to happen, and that the magnitude of what is at stake tomorrow really has set in.
Yeah, it would have to, because they would all be thinking about it, thinking if I get through tomorrow night, I've got the opportunity to win £20,000. That's
85.
a
Conan,
great
you require 81.
incentive to be able to get through. So of course they all want to be part of it, and it is going to be our first champion
69.
of Champions Week in our new studio here. So yeah, who doesn't want to be the first one to say that they got that?
It'll be at the very top of the trophy engravers list.
Oh, there's a trophy?
96.
I don't
Conan
quite know. I know it's a check.
12.
We'll have to find out tomorrow night exactly what happens. So you're going to have to tune in to us on Sporty Stuff TV, and don't forget the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
Second leg, it's Christopher
I'm going to
first.
be watching
Game on.
it live.
Going to be good fun. I can confirm there will be a trophy.
Ooh, that's exciting.
140.
They're all going to want to have be the first name on that trophy.
$100.
And looking forward to that tomorrow night. We have Nico in the commentary box.
60.
Looking forward to that occasion tomorrow.
83.
Are you getting all dressed up for your presentator gig? You can't even answer me. You think that I'm kidding. I'm actually asking you seriously. I want to see the
95.
jacket, you know, maybe a, I don't know. What are those little things that you wear around, cravat or something? Or, yeah.
Well, I'm not sure I suit a cravat, Corinne.
128.
However, there is let's say there is a very nice number that's going to be on show tomorrow. I will try and scrub up for the occasion.
Excellent.
So that is a word of warning, Mr. Nicholson. Do come in your Sunday best for the Saturday night session.
Christian require 161.
Conan is absolutely laying down a marker here, but if we remember, this is the start that he had against Mace last night as well. Probably the one that he's basing his new book on,
81.
really. So,
Conan, you require 50.
oh, even went for the bullseye.
34.
That was confidence with a capital
Yeah.
C.
Christian require
Absolutely
80.
was. And is he going to be punished? Mace is back here for 80, which is very doable.
I'll tell you now, Mason will want to get this like no tomorrow
60.
to prove a
Conan, you
point.
requires 16. Game shot on the second leg. Conan Whitehead.
And despite the moving around the board, the doubles and the bulls,
Third leg, it's Conan to throw
Whitehead
first.
doubles his lead
Game
to
on.
2-0. Mason did have an opportunity, but Conan gets the break and he has full command of this match. But we know, Corinne, what happened in the game yesterday.
128.
I think that Conan, you know, is thinking to himself, I'm not going to let the same thing happen tonight as
60.
what happened last night.
Just beginning to think that there's a bit of a chasm between the top two players in the group and
60.
the remaining three. Pilgrim and Whitehead have both come out the tracks firing. Pilgrim lost for 96 average. Whitehead here, just underneath the ton. Graham Hall, 82 average. Ciaran Teehan, 80 average. Mace here, 76 average.
59.
I think we're seeing splits in the table, and it might be a case of the three at the bottom playing off against each other that may decide third spot.
99.
We absolutely have some interesting games ahead of us here tonight, Henry. If Conan walks away with this match, then it's going to make the next match that Mace has
60.
against Graham Hall another really interesting battle.
$138.
Leave 76 after 12 for 3-0 in next to no time at all, averaging 101, a shade under 102. And if you're going to peak at the Super Series,
140.
peak
Conan requires 76.
16, double top.
56.
He's going to return.
$80. Conan, you require 20. Game shot on the third leg. Conan Whitehead.
Conan is making this look quite easy at the minute. I mean, what you said Mace talked about himself saying that, you know,
Fourth
the
leg,
first,
it's Chris to
the
throw
first game of the
first.
night's not
Game
his
on.
best game. We're obviously not seeing his best starts here. So I expect that we'll see an improvement as the night goes on.
Well, to get
85.
through, you'd sense he will have to improve upon what he's averaging now. Those are the averages on your screen. 98.02 compared
100.
to 78.94. And that goal from the averages represent why Whitehead has a 3-0 lead. And in terms of the scoring phase of the match, Chris Mason
57.
hasn't had a ton plus yet, but has had 2 140 pluses, whereas Whitehead's power pack is split quite evenly.
180.
It's not that Mace hasn't hit a number of treble 20s or 57s. He has. He just hasn't been able to get the three together. Lots of 85s or 81s.
60.
Or, yeah, not being able to get those tons, which is what he needs. I mean, with Conan scoring this way, he's powerhouse scoring. So Chris really needs to be able to
140.
match it. Maybe too little too late, though, with Conan coming back for 81 to close out the game.
96. Conan, you require
Potentially close
81.
out with an 11 dart leg.
$49.
There was no pressure on him there to get the 81. Didn't need to go the bull route because he knows that he's going to come back with Mace back on 203. Look, now he's hitting all the trebles. 180. Why not? Yeah, I would have done the same thing.
180. Conan, you require 32. Game,
It might be in vain. It is in vain.
Conan Whitehead.
And Conan Whitehead rounds off a 4-0 win, and he's congratulated by Chris Mason, who sportingly applauds because those are the numbers, the spectacular numbers. 101.9 average, 4 out of 10 on the doubles, and Conan Whitehead is laying down a mark, and not just to Group B, but to the rest of the field. He finished with a 13 dart leg to get the better of Chris Mason by 4 legs to 0. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Ciaran Teehan in a must-win game takes on Darryl Pilgrim. Victory for him, and he is in to the final tomorrow night.
Good evening and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen a really clinical display from Conan Whitehead to whitewash Chris Mason in that match. Our first average in excess of a ton in Group B, 101.9 from him. A really sublime display in that one. Whitehead with a 13-dart hold of throw to get the first leg on the board, and from there he really mortared, didn't he? Capitalising on a cold Mason playing tentatively in his first game of the day, and so far it's really Whitehead who's setting the standard on night 2 of Group B. As I mentioned, that first average in excess of a ton. We can have a look then at the Group B table at this stage in the evening. It's Conan Whitehead who's at the top on 8 points via the better legs difference at the moment. Darryl Pilgrim, who's up next, of course, could move on to 10 points and clinch his place at finals night if he's to get the better of Ciaran Teehan in this one. Ciaran, you feel, needs a victory in this one to keep his hopes alive and to boost his morale after some really disappointing results recently. So then, as I mentioned, it is Tian up against Pilgrim next in this one. Tian losing out in his opening match of the evening, Hall, with this 1-4-1, really turning the tide in that match. Tian still had his chances in that one, but from that moment, that 1-4-1, Hall really started to motor. When these two met yesterday, it was Pilgrim who came out on top in that one as well. Here we can see him pinning the winning double, coming through in a decider to get the better of Tian in that match. So a reminder that 2 points for Pilgrim in this one will secure his place in finals night. Will he get them in this one, or will Ciaran boost his chances of still making it through to finals night himself? Let's find out, guys. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. Pilgrim can progress with victory here against Ciaran Teehan, who needs the win himself to realistically keep his chances afloat of qualification for finals night on Saturday evening, because he knows that after this, Hall and Mason will go toe-to-toe. They'll make it on to 6 points, 4 points behind Tian, who then only have 4 points left to play for. So his chances are dangling by the proverbial edge. I will find the words at some point. You know what it's like.
I was waiting to see what you would come out with there, Henry.
So was I, to be honest. Fred, that was the word I was thinking of. Fred.
You got there in the end.
First leg, it's Ciaran to throw first.
Better late than never.
Game on.
I think we're going to see what Ciaran's made of this match, because as you're saying, it really is like a, you know, do or die situation here. He desperately needs a win. And interestingly, if he does win this match, I think it's going to start to make Darryl feel a little bit nervy. Even though he knows he only needs to win one game to qualify through, he'll come away with 2 losses already tonight and thinking, God, I only need to get one. When am I going to get it?
Players have won every game on a Thursday and not qualified the next day. Well, Beethoven has done it before in Group B. We've seen it in Group C in this series from Scott Walters. I'm glad, or I bet he's glad that we're reminding him of that once again. Evening, Scott, because I know you do tune in.
He's probably just tuned out now, Henry.
140. $140. Ciaran, you require 130.
Another one of them. No, decide to move across the treble 18.
80.
Well, there was no pressure on that shot. Didn't really need to go, you know, for another treble or the 20 to leave the ball, because with Darryl back on 256, knows that he's coming back.
Ciaran, you require 50. Game shot on the first leg.
No pressure and plenty of time for Tian to take the opening leg and to lead 1-0.
And already this looks like an absolutely
second
different
leg, it's
dart
Darryl
player
to throw first. Game on.
Than what he was in his first match.
Now Pilgrim just gets off a sign as he hits the game's opening max, as to say, why has it come at the start of leg 2?
60.
Oh, may we see another one And that would improve his mood dramatically.
$58.
That loss to Whitehead was only his second defeat in this series. He was only defeated once en route to qualification. That was in week 4. He got the better of Josh Payne, 4-3. In the final, they could make acquaintances tomorrow night because Josh Payne is there. He has qualified, along with Lee Evans from
80.
Group C and from Group A, Graham Usher. And it really does feel real now, doesn't it, tomorrow night? Now we've got half the field set in stone.
And we're very close to getting a 4th.
100.
But yes, less than 24 hours to wait till it all kicks off, Henry.
You're like a kid on Christmas morning.
129.
Yeah, you're like a kid on Christmas Eve at the moment.
I'm up way too late if that's the case.
Yeah.
60. Darryl, you require 54.
Tops to level us up. And like Tian in the last leg, has got the luxury of time. And it really has been comfortable on the throw thus far in the opening 2 legs of this match. Pilgrim levels us up at 1 apiece. He is 3 legs away from qualification for tomorrow night. $100.
Do you think you're putting some kind of commentator's curse on this for Darryl, talking about how he's only, you know, 1 game away, a couple of legs away
54.
from, you know, the qualification?
Possibly, but I wouldn't be doing my job properly if I wasn't informing a wonderful audience joining us around the world about the scenarios at play. I'm sure he doesn't want to know. I'm absolutely sure of that.
180.
Just intrigued. Every time he hits a maximum, it's like he's not happy with himself. It's in for, why have I hit that?
100.
I think it's more of a, why am I not doing it every time? Look how easy it is. Why is it not happening all the time?
177.
Feels as if it is happening all the time.
Ciaran, you require 170.
Great 6 starts there. Oh, another one. Oh.
Game shot the third
We've got a big fish.
Ciaran
I'm so
Teehan.
excited now. Now it's like Christmas.
The big fish from Ciaran Teehan lights up the blue touch paper on Friday night at the Super Series. He leads Darryl Pilgrim 2-1. And that was just to hold the throw
97.
with Pilgrim's 177, put him on 90. Listen to this for an exchange of throws. 131 Tian, followed by 180 Pilgrim, followed by ton Tian, 177 Pilgrim, and then the big fish, and then the 180. This is real quality stuff.
I did say we're going to see what kind of player Ciaran is in this match. He needed to show some resilience because this is his last opportunity to really still be in the running. And look at the way that he's come out now. Absolutely a different player from the first game of the night.
Have a look at them averages.
100.
It really does go to show that there was a lot of tension in that first match of the night that he had against Graham Hall.
140.
It's either that or he was having really stern words with himself in the practice room afterwards. Actually, probably a combination of both, to be honest.
Well, Tian's tungsten tension in the first game is kind of gone. He's not feeling the pressure against Pilgrim.
92. Darryl, you require 124.
Tungsten tension? Oh, it's not even midnight yet, Henry.
42. Ciaran, you require 129.
Not even halfway through the night yet.
No.
Wait till we spend a full week together in the commentary box.
64.
I'm not sure I could cope with
Darryl,
that,
you
to be honest,
require
Henry.
82.
82 for Pilgrim. Missed the big number.
Single numbers again.
42. Ciaran, you require 65.
He snatched his darts out of the board then, really not happy with himself.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And Ciaran
Ciaran
made no
Teehan.
mistake about that. Was not going to let Darryl come back for a shot at tops.
And there lies the breaker throw for Tian in
Fifth leg, it's
15.
Ciaran
And
to throw first.
suddenly, if Tian can get the win here, it makes things ultra interesting. Uber interesting. Uber incredible from Ciaran Teehan. Incredible.
180.
Simply stupendous.
I have no words.
100.
You just have. You just said you had no words.
Oh, let's just watch the darts, Henry.
91.
Good idea.
Because they are treating us to a fantastic game here.
140.
And this potentially may be game of the week. It is a
40.
crucial one for Ciaran
You
Teehan.
require 81.
Oh, that stray dart at a one there could prove really costly for Darryl. Because it's left him with not being able to finish
49.
and given Ciaran, you know, a lot more comfort in knowing that he didn't need to take out that 81. He could just set it up quite nicely, and now he's going to be back for 32.
58. Ciaran, you require 32.
Double 16 for Ciaran Teehan
Game,
to seal a
shots,
crucial
and the
4-1
match.
victory for
Ciaran
him,
Teehan.
which puts him on 4 points and makes things very, very interesting indeed in the race to progress through to finals night. And that really was the quality game of the week so far. 101.6 average for Tian, 96.81 for Pilgrim. That's dropped just from underneath the ton. 4 from 6 on the doubles for Tian, including the brilliant big fish finish. And he is on 4 points. Things get interesting because our next game could decide a lot in the race for third place. It's Graham Hall up against Chris Mason. One of these players will get on to 6 points. Things are getting tasty in Group B. Let's see what the next twist and turn is going to be. That's coming up after this short break.
Welcome back. MODUS Super Series, where Ciaran Teehan has just treated us to some real tungsten magic, hasn't he? A 4-1 victory for him in that one over Darryl Pilgrim. It's been a campaign with so much starting drama. Ciaran Teehan really adding to that in that one, a 101.6 average for him. A sublime display all round from the Irishman, but in leg 3 to crucially hold his throw, he reeled in the big fish. A real show of quality and maturity from the 23-year-old after so much frustration in previous games, and the really pleasing aspect from that one, 4 out of 6 on the outer ring, an aspect of his game that's really let him down in previous matches, but a real clinical display from him in that one. As I mentioned, it has been a campaign with so much quality, so much starting drama. Let's take a look, shall we, of some of the highlights from this phase.
Know the roots. Steve Brown missed it earlier on today. But Conan Whitehead, he's the man! As he hits a 9-dart finish.
Hang on a minute. Biggest finish of the week so far. What a shot from Ryan Palmer.
There's one of them. There's the other.
What a way to save the match! Bullseye. For 167.
Fabulous finish from Rob Collins
For double 17.
Game
We haven't seen many double 17s.
Murray.
Who could get it to take Tebow through. What a thing to do!
Incredible shot. Absolutely sensational stuff.
Well, that's incredible.
Finesse is also there. Lee Shuan is out.
Brilliant from Kevin Painter. So is it going to be the story of all stories? Tops.
Game shot
Super Series. Mate has played his aces and he has qualified for Champions Week.
Highlights already here at the Super Series in Portsmouth. Another one that I'm sure will be added to that reel is Ciaran Teehan's 170 from the match that we've just watched. Here it is again in all its beauty.
Oh, another one. Oh.
Game shot on the third
We've got a
leg.
big fish.
Ciaran
I'm so
Teehan.
excited now. Now it's...
Yeah, there we have it. A superb moment from Ciaran Teehan. Next up then, we've got Chris Mason against Graham Hall. Chris Mason winning this one when they faced each other yesterday. Here he is pinning the winning double in that match. Mace looking to settle into this one, having not been afforded the time to in his opening match against Conan Whitehead. He had just the 1 dart at the outer ring in that 4-0 defeat to Whitehead. How will he fare in this one? Let's hand over to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. And the middle match of our evening session may well be the most crucial match of our evening session as Graham Hall goes up against Chris Mason. Both of these players locked on 4 points. One will get on to 6 following the end of this. And following the end of this, every player would have played 6 matches in the group. You feel at this juncture it's a must-win game for Chris Mason to arrest the slide and to get himself on the board. Me and Corinne Hammond are just trying to get rid of our blushes following that VT.
I'm perfectly okay with what I was saying, but I was quite surprised to hear you say I didn't realise that I said so much rubbish. Obviously, you don't go back listening to yourself.
First leg, it's
all the
Chris to
time.
throw first. Game on.
That is cool.
No, what I was saying was that you were surprised at what you say. So that to me demonstrates that you don't go home at night and listen back to all of your
140.
commentary, which to be fair, I kind of thought you might have.
Thanks, Corinne.
You're welcome. Make a note of all the puns that you've used, put them
121.
down for future use so you can get them back out of your pocket, throw them out again.
81.
I suppose it was a backhanded compliment.
Okay, we'll say that. Yeah. We seem to be saying every match this night is becoming a crucial match, but It really is turning out that way with the way that the games have been going. Every match is crucial. Everybody needs to get those points to be able to qualify for tomorrow night.
The storylines are developing, aren't they, very quickly?
135.
Are we saying that this is becoming an episode of EastEnders or something?
There is enough drama for there to be.
40. Christian require 145.
I was trying to think whether I could come up with a reference. I thought, you know what? No, let's not go there. Because the drama could be in the first leg with Chris Mason getting a 145. That won't happen.
93.
But Graham Hall could get the 160.
Graham require 160.
Another one of them.
140. Christian require 52.
Not to be, and let's see if he'll be able to return for that 20. Not if Mace has got anything to say about it. Oh, down for the double 10.
32.
Ooh, right on the wire there.
Graham, you require 20.
Double 5.
Game shot on the first leg.
For the first
Graham
leg
Hall.
in 15. Quality encounter this. Good first leg. And Chris Mason just has a little look up to the
Second
top
leg,
of the
it's
gallery. We
Graham to
saw him
throw
do this
first.
last week
Game
where he
on.
just finds somewhere within the auditorium. And when there's no one inside, it is a very big space where there's lots of things that you can just look at. And
140.
maybe just... And I suppose you would know that when you're playing on the big stage, sometimes you just want to find something in a crowd or just something just to hide
95.
sometimes at times.
I don't know. Personally, I'm not that person. I don't like making eye contact or looking at anyone when, you know, you're playing. Whenever there is kind of a crowd, I just, you know, keep to myself
57.
to myself. He was probably more reflecting on the fact that he missed those 2 darts at a double and gave away his darts, really, because that was a breaker throw there. So, yeah, now he needs to be able to break back.
135.
As we were discussing yesterday, a break is not a break, we have to hold.
Exactly right, Henry. I'm glad that you're paying attention and you've remembered that fact.
134.
You can put that in your stat pack.
I'll add another page.
To the other 94.
I'll put it
59.
underneath the amount of double
Graham,
13s that have been hit in the history of the competition.
170. 84.
Graham will be back for that 86 with Mace behind on 212, but he's hoping to get it right down to a handy little double. Won't be a double, but could be a tidy finish.
98. Graham, you require 86.
Well, that 2-0 lead in next to no time at all. And this really has been a good game. Chris Mason's up the average by about 14 points. Yes. And yet is a bullseye away from going 2-0 down.
Game
because
shot
Graham Hall
leg.
has upped it even
Graham
more.
Hall.
He's 18 points above the average he got in the 4-2 success against Ciaran Teehan. He's averaging a ton. He's got 2 legs done in the space of 30 darts. He leads 2-0, and Chris Mason is going to have to find something here, although he is finding something with the opening visit of this particular leg.
180. $83.
Mace famously had a 9-darter against him when he played for Taylor at the match play. That's 20 years ago now.
140.
Wow. Incredible that Mace can play at this level still 20 years later and after having such a long break from playing competitive darts.
45.
We're going to see him at the seniors, and if he plays to this level, he's going to be a threat to win the whole thing.
A real contender, absolutely.
100.
Goes on playing like this, he may see less of the commentary box.
I think he quite likes his little commentary box, though.
59. Chris should require 81.
Good move across. But Chris May, I suppose being
65.
a commentator, it's a bit like a tube of Pringles. Once you're in the commentary box, you just can't stop.
That was really bad. I'm not even going to try and
96.
sugarcoat that.
Christian
that
requires
was
16.
really bad.
Game
That
shot
was
on the
really good.
third
That was a
leg.
13 dart
Chris
leg for Chris
Mason.
Mason to bring it back to 2-1. Let's have a look at the averages then after 3 legs, because now we've got a bit of a guide in that particular
Fourth leg,
category.
it's Graham to throw first.
102.68 for
Game
Mason.
on.
A shade under 92 for Graham Hall. They're going to go up if he keeps piling in the trebles.
100. $93. 100.
Finding a purple patch here.
180.
He's got better as Graham Hall's just regressed a tad.
You can't say Mace doesn't know his own game with saying that he's never his best his first game out. Well, he's proving that he's able to up
134.
that standard from there, because this is again looks like a completely different dart player to what we saw in that first match against Conan.
Is Mace playing his aces?
Wow, it's too early.
140.
Too early.
Graham, you require 167.
But he's definitely got a few aces in his pocket there, Henry.
Triple 19. Bullseye. This would be ace from Hall.
Game shot on the
What
fourth
a
leg.
check out that
Graham
is
Hall.
to Hall throw when it was under the most severest of threat to stem the tungsten tide. He leads 3-1,
leg, it's
and
Chris
that
to
could
throw
be
first.
one of the most crucial finishes
Game
of the
on.
week. And I think Graham Hall thought it was a break. That was how dominant Chris Mason was in that leg. He attempted to throw first. No, Graham, it's alternate.
We've seen what? 3,
41.
4 ball finishes already tonight. That might be the most hit double already tonight.
And no, I haven't got stats for
Yeah,
that.
oh, I'm surprised by that.
85. $96. $93. $57. $60.
I suppose for Chris Mason, that 167 that Graham Hall gave to him was kind of a taste of his own medicine after what he dished out to
100.
Conan Whitehead yesterday with the 132.
Yeah, you could say that, yeah. Not that he'd had a data double, but he was there waiting, ready to pounce to take out, what was it, 88 that he had there left in that leg?
30.
Oh. A wayward shot there from Hall, and this is giving Chris every opportunity to get ahead in this leg and leave himself something nice to finish.
137.
So he'll be back for the 70 with Graham back on 2-3-3. But again, that will just be for a hold of throw, and then obviously he's going to need to break Graham in the next leg to take us to a tiebreaker.
58. Christian requires 70.
Not seen one of them yet. Double eight
No,
for
we haven't, have
3-2.
we?
Game shot on the fifth leg.
They do
Chris
now.
Mason.
Because Mason's brought it back to 3-2. He's actually 12 points in front on the averages.
Sixth leg, it's
But Graham Hall has the darts
Game on.
to win the match, and it all stems on that 167.
39.
Really not the start Graham was looking for there. Mace needs to capitalise on this now. Punish him. Punish him for his mistake.
93.
Great pick up there with that 54 in the end.
$93.
Little
59.
grimace there from Mace as to knowing, yeah, we're going to have to go downstairs because you're not going to play ball up there, are you?
Well, he was really hoping for a 2 treble shot there to give himself a bit of a buffer zone in this leg.
137.
Suddenly he's up against it.
Now he's playing catch up.
83. $85.
Needs a treble.
99.
And finds one.
Graham, you require 147.
Well, is he going to get a shot at the 167 for a start? And can he? Oh, maybe not.
107.
Well, he is going to get a shot at the 167. And he's hoping that he's going to be able to repay the favour. As the first one. Oh.
Wouldn't that have been ironic?
I know, it would have been.
99. Graham, you require 40.
So tops of the match for Graham Hall. Double 10.
30.
Doesn't go. Mason
Christian requires
returns.
68.
Tops for a level game, and we go all the way, and that's the break back. And it is the most crucial leg that we've seen this evening. The first 7th leg of the night is a pivotal 7th leg.
Chris to throw first. Game on.
And what's Mace's stats on his 7th leg?
Well, I can
100.
tell you, Corinne, that Chris Mason's record in deciding legs is 1-7, lost 8.
81.
He's 3-3 against the darts, but with the darts, he's 4-5. As for Graham Hall, his record in deciders is 6 wins, 3 defeats.
55.
So we should be in for a good leg here.
On 2/3 of his last leg deciders, Graham Hall.
140.
And darts like that are definitely going to help him.
$134.
That was a great cover shot there from Mace.
$42.
That's a slip. Full advantage, Mason, from here. And he's pressing it home to full effect.
180.
Time to perfection. 134, followed by 180 to the 32 after 12. And he really has turned the screw here.
It's all for the taking now.
85. Christian required 32.
Double 16 for a 13 darter. 14 will do on double 8. 4s.
24.
Will he be
Graham, you
back?
require 153.
153 is a big ask, but we've already seen him take out a 167, so I'm not going to discount anything.
He couldn't, could he?
He
couldn't, could he?
117.
He almost
Chris, you
did.
require 8.
That's a nice guide. Double 2. This has to go.
Game,
Does
shots,
go, and that's
match.
a crucial
Chris
2 points
Mason.
for Chris Mason, because that puts him on 6 points. It puts him back up into 3rd in Group B after the end of 6 rounds of fixtures for both players at the halfway stage of the night. This is how it's done, with a 96.62 average, 3 maximums to his name, 4 out of 11 on the doubles, 36.36%. That equates to, whilst for Graham Hall, that 167 was absolutely spectacular. He almost won it with a 153, missing the double 18 to do so. But it is Chris Mason that gets the points. He's on to 6. Corinne Hammond's going to head upstairs to speak to Abigail Davis for some thoughts and reflections on the first half of the action we've seen here tonight. And when we return after the break, we're going to see Conan Whitehead. He can seal progression if he can beat Ciaran Teehan.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. I've got Corinne Hammond alongside me to reflect on what we've seen so far from the opening 5 games of this session. Corinne, just a reflection on what we've seen from Chris Mason in that last game. Just sum up what you thought of him in that one.
That was, you know, amazing. Again, a completely different Mace to what we saw in the first match. He was right when he said he doesn't really settle into his first match and then brings it from then on, because it was. But again, credit to Graham too. He's a different player to what he was last night, but he's just, you know, not been able to get the results. I mean, he was really unlucky in that match there as well.
And a 167 from Graham Hall in that match. I think it's fair to say we've seen glimpses. He's just not shown that consistency yet, has he?
Yeah, that's absolutely it. And that's why he, you know, didn't win that match. It was up and down, but a great display from both of them, really.
Absolutely. And a penny at this moment in time as we see him put a pin in, easy for me to say, pin in the bullseye for that 167. A penny for the thoughts of Pilgrim at this moment in time, because he needed just the one win, 2 games in, and he's still looking for the same. How on earth is he feeling at this moment in time?
You would have to think, like, he would have known coming in tonight, I only need to get 1 game. Loses the first one, goes, that's all right, I've got 3 more, I need to win a game. Loses the second one, starts to think, I've only got 2 chances yet. If it's not the next one, I mean, if he loses his 3rd match tonight, then you know, who knows what will happen in the 4th one. But yeah, you do want to be able to get in and get it early.
And this next match of the session, it is Conan Whitehead, who's currently sat top of the table. He could be the first player to book his place in finals night from this group, but he's up against Ciaran Teehan. They are the 2 players who've produced the outstanding performances so far, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Ciaran's going to have something to say about Conan getting his final 2 points right now. I mean, if he performs the way that he did in his last match as well, I mean, we're in for a cracking game this next one.
We really are. Corinne has teed it up perfectly. Henry, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. Ciaran Teehan against Conan Whitehead could see our first man confirm progression through to the next stage of proceedings with a win. Conan Whitehead, the 36-year-old from Raynham, could be into Champions Night with a victory against the 23-year-old Ciaran Teehan from Cork in the Republic of Ireland, the High Tower, a man who has played at the PDC World Championships before, former tour card holder, played at the World Masters as well before in his career. He takes on Whitehead in a crucial clash in Game 6.
First leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
The action is very much coming up to the boil here. And Whitehead
140.
put his name into the finals night field, gained the invitation to that all-important final.
98.
And can Ciaran Teehan keep his hopes alive? Yeah, a win here would put him level on points with Chris Mason,
98.
with Mace the Ace still to play for him later on this evening. But he's got some task ahead of him, because Conan Whitehead tonight, Corinne, has been absolutely sensational.
Yeah, he's in a take no prisoners mood tonight. He wants that spot tomorrow night.
Just get the sense he's fancying the job. Ciaran Teehan's fancying the job.
140. Conan, you require 123. $83. 85. Conan, you require 40.
Tops for 13 data to get this game underway. Double 10.
Game shown the first leg.
Will do nicely for Conan Whitehead, who leads Ciaran Teehan by a leg to 0. And a bit like Darryl Pilgrim previously, he's 3 legs away from qualification.
Yeah, he definitely is. And I really do think that he wants to get, I mean, I know he wants to get it done in this game, but he's playing like he's going to get it done in this game. Not going to take the same path that Darryl seems to have taken tonight by going, I only need to win one, I might just save it to the last one.
We don't mind because it gives us drama.
It does give us drama.
60.
We'll give you all the permutations and equations as they unfold. It looks as if it's going to be very simple for Conan Whitehead. If he keeps playing to this level, that's the level he's playing at.
100.
He is making it look so easy at the moment. Oh, I say that.
41.
Well, that is desperately unlucky. That is basically 120 points on the floor.
120 floor, as we would say.
Conan, you require 155.
And really disappointing for Ciaran that his last heart was a 5. So, I mean, what could have been a potentially great score turns into
135.
being 5. And anyone who's not watching and would see that would think, they must have been some bad darts.
Just desperately unlucky.
100. Conan, you required 20.
And he's ran into an inspired Conan Whitehead, who on double 10
game shot
gets
the
a
second
14
leg.
darter to
Conan
lead
Whitehead.
2-0, averaging 107.36. He is making things look very academic. He's halfway now
Third leg, it's Conan
towards
to throw
qualification.
First. Game on.
And just watching him walk back down and along the hockey, there was a real purpose, there was a real poise, there was a business-like face. And he is in full control, full command
100.
of himself, his emotions, and seemingly now this group.
He looks unstoppable at the minute, Henry.
180.
Could we? Could he?
81. Conan, you require 141.
Ah, and the crowd says boo.
65.
But still great darts. So we're back for the 76 with Ciaran way behind on 320. It would have been too much
100.
excitement for me anyway. We've already
Conan,
had
you
a 170
require
tonight.
76.
Can't have a 9 darter as well.
And it would have been your debut 9.
Game shot on the third leg. Conan Whitehead.
Oh, yeah, then I would have like reached my peak so early. I'm
Fourth
okay
leg,
with
it's
it.
Ciaran to
Okay.
throw first.
Still time. Well, there may not be much more time for Ciaran Teehan because that was a 12.
140.
And Conan Whitehead is putting in the performance of Champions Week so far.
You can hear the
100.
disappointment from him when he's missing that treble 20. No, not where I wanted it to go. No.
140.
Certainly doesn't hide his emotions, does he, Conan?
No, not at all. And I can imagine his wife Shirley's
43.
at home right now watching. Hi, Shirley, screaming at the TV, telling him to just get it done because I know that's what she's another one who doesn't hide her emotions. That's why they're such a great couple.
13.
And just quietly, I would like to see Conan qualify through to tomorrow because I was having a chat with Shirley last night.
140.
And if he does make it through for tomorrow, she's going to hopefully get up here to be, down here, I should say, to be able to watch. And I don't know if you're aware, but
94.
Conan recently became a father to his little daughter, Ada. So I'm quite hoping that I might get to meet her, have a bit of a cuddle. So gorgeous little thing she is.
134. Ciaran, you require 114.
Oh, so to save the match now, Ciaran needs this 114.
74. Conan, you require 84.
But it doesn't go, and so Whitehead returns at 84. Down he goes. He's made a little bit of a mess of that.
24.
And so
Ciaran,
Tian
you
returns
require
for tops of
40.
3-1.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Ciaran Teehan.
The way those first 2 darts went in, the third was almost a guarantee. Keeps himself alive in this match at 3-1.
First. Game on.
That was for a holder throw, so Conan does have the darts here now to close out the match at 4-1, and he's getting off to a racing start.
125.
I've got a feeling that he doesn't really want to write that book anymore, the How to Give Away
60.
a Good Lead book. He's probably more inclined to want to write a book about how I win. He wants to be able to do that so he can write
100.
He could write a book called Conan Whitehead Super Series Champion tomorrow night, potentially.
Potentially.
100.
May also get a check and a trophy.
$140.
Yeah, this is some super stuff here from Conan. 136 after 9. And I really wouldn't be surprised if he takes out the 136, to be honest.
Conan, you require 136.
To seal his place
Another one
in
of them.
tomorrow night's final in some style.
Double 8.
128.
But he'll be back for double 4.
First things first, Conan, get the sticker back on. You're representing, man.
$58. Conan, you require
to seal
8.
his place in tomorrow night's
Game,
final.
shots,
And the
and the
Barbarian is
Conan
one step
Whitehead.
closer to Super Series glory. He has qualified for Saturday night's final, courtesy of a blockbuster 107.87 average in a 4-1 win against Ciaran Teehan. 3 180s in the game. 4 out of 7 on the doubles, a 76 high out, and we will see the Barbarian in the big occasion tomorrow night. Congratulations goes to Conan Whitehead. He's made it on to 10 points. He is through to tomorrow night's final, and we look forward to seeing him there. We're going to take a short break. Darryl Pilgrim can join him there if he gets the better of Chris Mason.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Conan Whitehead has just booked his place in finals night with that 4-1 victory over Ciaran Teehan. Another inspired performance from Whitehead there, an average just shy of 108 in that match. He's made really light work of things this evening, hasn't he? No danger of him surrendering leads tonight, and he is through to finals night. 57% checkout success for him in that one. 3 180s to add to his tally as well. 2 14 dart legs followed by a 12 before a little stutter, and then he of course got over the line with a 13 dart hold of throw. Confirmation then that he is through to finals night. As we can see with the league table, he is on 10 points. Darryl Pilgrim of course came into tonight's session knowing that he just required the 2 points to make it to finals night, but he's lost his opening 2 games of this evening session. He takes on Chris Mason in our next match tonight. Here we can see Chris Mason getting a victory over Graham Hall earlier on this evening. Mace certainly improving as this session is going on. I think it's fair to say he's someone who admits himself that he never starts an evening very well, but he grows in confidence as the session goes on. As for Darryl Pilgrim, the aim remains the same, but things might be getting a little squeaky bum time for Pilgrim, as he has just 2 more matches to secure his place in finals night. A reminder that he just needs the 1 victory, but that must be getting harder and harder for him, given that he's already surrendered 2 chances to get that victory. Will he get over the line in this match? Let's find out and hand back over to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. Things are beginning to get interesting for Darryl Pilgrim. He won every single game yesterday. We thought that his position into the finals would be signed, sealed and delivered by this point, but not to be, and it may not be altogether. If Chris Mason wins this one, he joins Pilgrim on 8 points, and suddenly things begin to get very interesting. It might be reminiscent of his beloved Crystal Palace, a promising start, but yet maybe when it comes to the final table, the position would not be as he liked.
And here we are with the football references again. I'm surprised that it's taken us this long. But you are right, it is coming to the business end of the evening. I can't believe that we've only got 4 matches to go and we've only decided 1 player that has qualified through to finals night.
Game on.
Shall we have some drama?
Oh, I mean, it is turning into EastEnders here, isn't it? Not that I've ever watched an episode of EastEnders, I'm just, yeah, I'm making an assumption it's full of drama.
42.
Can't be as exciting as watching this starts, though.
Absolutely not. And as we approach the midnight hour,
46.
who will have the power? Some players' hopes are hanging like a prayer, but only 3 players can make it there to the finals.
That was almost like a
32.
song verse, Henry.
It was.
Okay. Why didn't you sing it then?
100.
I think we've been there before, haven't we, Corinne? And it doesn't end too well. You've left me to hang out and dry there.
140.
Maximum for Pilgrim.
180.
Indeed it is. Again, that nonchalant look of disgust as he heads back to the board.
I'm sure it's more about, why haven't I done that every other time?
100.
I don't think he's disgusted at getting the 180. I think he's disgusted that he doesn't do it every time he walks to the board. Yeah, well, I mean, let's hope he doesn't hit a 180 this shot. That would have not been good.
I wouldn't have recommended it, put it that way.
Definitely not.
Would never have gone in the stats because it would have gone down as a 0 score. But he leaves himself on 76 after 12 for a break-up throw in the opening leg. 71 remaining, so downstairs we go, or across to the 13s with Mason back on 87.
Chris should require 87. 69.
2 missed starts there from Mace,
Darryl,
giving
you
Darryl the
require
opportunity
40.
to come back for tops and the first leg of this match.
Game shot on the first
Makes
leg.
no mistakes about
Darryl
it either.
Pilgrim.
So gets away with a 1-0 lead and a break of throw.
Taking
Second leg,
full
it's Darryl to
advantage
throw
of this
first.
match.
Game on.
Surely there's only one outcome.
There
There was only ever going to be one outcome.
180.
There's only one outcome.
Surely
there's only one outcome.
180.
Sensational stuff here to start this second leg. Can he?
140.
Feel like saying, and the crowd goes boo, but still fantastic darts there.
$140.
This is like a matchy leg. Whatever you can do, I can do too.
That does sound like that song. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Oh, yeah, I can see now why you didn't sing before.
90. $60.
Well, Mace
Darryl
wasn't able to
required
do
91.
one better that time. Sees him back on 1-2-1.
Tops. Double 10
Game shot on the second leg.
for 2-0
Darryl
to Pilgrim, and he is now halfway there. A 12 darter, 107.36 average, and Mace is just underneath the 96,
Third leg, it's Chris
and
to
he's
throw
just
first.
not getting a
Game
look
on.
in.
Well, he did have those 2 darts in the first leg, which proved to be crucial in missing them.
57. $60.
In terms of Darryl Pilgrim's career,
100.
how important and how big would it be for him to get to tomorrow night's final?
$140.
I think the answer to that is quite obvious, Henry. It would be a massive achievement to be able to get through to tomorrow night's final. Well, I mean, it could prove to be of massive importance because the first step is to get to the final tomorrow night and then ultimately
96.
to be able to walk away as a champion.
$96. And of course, I'll start that again. The £20,000 been a long week, Corinne. The £20,000 top prize would set him up for next year, for 2023, and possibly travel the circuit, travel the tour, go to Q school, basically do whatever he wants.
100.
That's the same of any of
Chris
these
require
players,
148.
Henry. I mean, the £20,000 winner's check could almost be, not, I mean, it's not life-changing money, but it could definitely be career-changing money in providing the opportunity to be able to go and do what they want to do.
Level 15.
64. Christian require 48.
Get a leg on the board.
Game shot on the third leg.
2-16 for Mason,
Chris
and he's still in
Mason.
the game at 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
Now, I feel the next couple of legs could be crucial because Mason's flatlined around the 93, Pilgrim 102, but
59.
if we see a slight tail off from Pilgrim, Mason's playing at the consistent enough level just to sneak up on him.
You feel that all Mace needs is to have a shot at that double. You know, score well, get down to a finish, give himself the opportunity to get that double, and he's going to get it. I mean, if Darryl makes any mistakes here, Mace is going to be ready to pounce.
43.
But, I mean, Mace is off to a great start this leg already. He holds the advantage. Another treble here, or 2 trebles, is really going to give him a great buffer.
140.
In full command against the darts to bring it back to 2-2. And it'd be bringing it back on throw as well. And the averages now have
59.
seesawed in Mason's favour.
Let's be honest though, Henry, how many times have we seen Mace do this in, you know, games last night or each night? Looks like he's behind, then just those last couple of legs, he's just able to turn it on. It's like he flicks a switch in his head and just says, no, I'm not having this.
It's like he knows when it matters. In the crucial moments, he's found something.
96.
And maybe that's
Chris
his
require
immense amount
131.
of experience that he does have.
2 16s.
Game
For
shot
an excellent 1-3-1 to level
Chris
us up.
Mason.
And a 12-dart leg to boot.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic darts there from Mace. As I was saying, have a finish, get a
Fifth
double,
leg, it's
double.
Chris to
That's all
throw
he
first.
needs. He's there to
Game
pounce.
on.
And he was there to pounce on Darryl's low scoring through that leg. It certainly wasn't the power scoring that we've seen in the first 3 legs of the match.
93.
A win for Chris Mason would eliminate Ciaran Teehan. You can only get to 6 points. Pilgrim and Mason would be on
85.
8. Graham Hall could still qualify, but he'd have to win his remaining fixtures
140.
against Whitehead and Pilgrim and then hope that Tian does a job against Mason and the legs difference somewhere matches in the middle.
140.
That all seems like a lot to comprehend.
It
Too
is
many
a lot.
ifs, buts and maybes. Let's just see what happens with this game first, Henry.
57.
Back to the darts.
Exactly. I mean, we're being treated to another great display of darts here. I mean, what Mace has pulled his average up to
77.
just under 100 now, with Darryl falling down to 94. I mean, he was averaging over 100 earlier in the match.
I'm going to have a couple of words with Mace because he
43.
keeps saying he's just a commentator.
Yeah, see, he's just flying under the radar. He's just making it look like he's, you know, just taking it casually, doing whatever. Don't really back me. Doesn't want to
59.
put any pressure on himself. He's being the smart one.
But you know what he's doing to the rest of us? I
Giving us-
can't average 97.
Look at this fantastic display.
136. Darryl, you require 140.
You feel like Darryl's got to hit this 140. Not going to happen. Mace will be back for the 32.
100. Chris, you
Went high,
require
did
32.
the right thing and to turn this game around.
shot on the
32
fifth
for
leg.
3-2.
Chris Mason.
Darryl's really got to be feeling the pressure now because, you know, we're third match in of his game tonight. Only needs the, as
Sixth
we've
leg, it's
said
Darryl to throw first.
probably
Game
100
on.
times already, only needs to win 1 match to make sure that he qualifies. He's 1 leg away from his 3rd loss of the evening, which means that it's all going to be down to his last
137.
game.
Well, the Eagle Pilgrim was top of the perch going into the action tonight, but suddenly he's seeing Whitehead and Mason swoop.
41.
God, you can tell it's gone past midnight now.
$137.
Darryl's thrown in some great darts here to give himself a chance to bring it back to a level match and take us to a 7th leg decider.
60.
I feel this game would be fitting to end in a deciding leg.
Yeah, it would be. And I mean, oh, here we go. Mace, if it does go to 3-all,
25.
Mace will be back with the darts, and we know what his record's like in 7th leg deciders when he is the one that holds the darts.
60.
Just a reminder, Ciaran Teehan will be watching this with eagle eyes, no pun intended, because a win for Chris Mason would
125.
eliminate him from the race. for a place in Champions Night. 77 for Pilgrim to take us to 3-3.
40. Darryl requires 77. $37.
He's himself on tops after 15. Mason back on 300.
$125. Darryl require 40. No score.
Oh, I mean, there was absolutely no pressure on that shot because he knows he's going to be able to come back and have another go at it. But you'd like to think that he just wants to get it done.
140.
Yeah, now he really
Darryl
has to get it done.
40.
A miss here and Mace is ready to pounce.
Tops of Pilgrim.
Definitely not the dart he wanted. Inside double 10.
30.
Oh, and
Christian
he knows
required
it too.
35.
He knows that could have been his last darts in this match. Double 8.
19. Darryl required 10.
He's been given another life here. What's he going to do with it? Is he going to be able to take out this 10?
Game shot on the 6th
And
leg.
Pilgrim uses
Darryl
his
Pilgrim.
reprieve. And we go all the way to a deciding leg where Chris Mason has the darts. It's a leg that
Seventh
has
final leg. It's Chris to
ramifications
throw
for
first.
4
Game
of
on.
the 5 players in this group. If Mason wins this leg, he goes on to 8 points, level with Pilgrim.
100.
Ciaran Teehan would then be eliminated from the competition. Graham Hall would then have to win all of his remaining fixtures. He does have a better
99.
leg difference compared to Mason. If Pilgrim wins, he's through. On to 10 points, and then Mason, Hall and Tian will slug it out for the
131.
final place in Champions Night.
That was a great switch there from Mace. Just leaving himself an easy ton. We'll leave him the big fish.
58. $95.
Second straight leg that he's left himself on 175 after straying the other side.
Yeah, I'm actually really quite surprised that he didn't use the bullseye 25 there with his last start.
100.
I mean, we've seen how good Darryl can be on those 180s. A 180 there would have left him with 164.
$89.
He's 44 after 12 and a deciding leg with the darts. Pilgrim 200 points back. And it looks as if he's beginning to feel it a little bit. Just a little bit of a correction on the score. Mace is left on 86.
$64. Christian require 86.
There were some tense starts there from Darryl. I think he's going to go the treble 12 route. Which way is he going to go? Is he going to leave himself tops or is he going to leave himself 36? I think he fancies tops.
46.
Sometimes you get too much time to think, Corinne, don't you?
Yeah, and it becomes too much of a decision.
Darts players shouldn't think.
60. Christian require
You
40.
could be quite right there.
Game,
And he
shots,
makes no
and the
mistake
match.
about it. And
Chris
there's
Mason.
With a 4-3 win over Darryl Pilgrim, and Darryl's got all the work to do in his last match here tonight. It's made it very, very interesting, Henry.
Very, very interesting indeed. Of a 92.26 average, Pilgrim in the wall maximums, but it was 3 from 11 on the doubles that came to undo him in the end. Chris Mason 4 from 8 on the doubles, aided and abetted by that 1-3-1 checkout as well, which helped him on his way. And so Ciaran Teehan has been eliminated from the race to qualify for Champions Night tomorrow night. It is getting very interesting here in Group B. We may be one step closer to knowing our finals night field, but Graham Hall's in action after the break against Conan Whitehead. If Whitehead wins, it will be the 3 in the positions now that will qualify for tomorrow night's final. Join us for that after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Chris Mason has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Darryl Pilgrim. Of course, that means the wait for Pilgrim to secure his place at finals night goes on. An 85 average for Pilgrim in that one. Mace above 92 in that match. Plenty of ebbs and flows. Darryl racing into a lead, a 12-dart lag in there as well from him. But Mace fought his way back into the match, winning the decider in 16 legs. With that win, Teehan, eliminating Ciaran Teehan from the race to finals night. But if Conan Whitehead wins the next match, that will, of course, confirm the lineup for tomorrow night. There we can see confirmation of how things stand at the moment. Conan Whitehead is through to finals night. If he gets the better of Graham Hall in this match, that will secure Pilgrim and Mason's passage through to finals night as well. Next up then, we've got Graham Hall against Conan Whitehead. Here is Conan Whitehead with his victory over Ciaran Teehan to secure his place at finals night earlier on this evening. It was a sublime display from him in that match, wasn't it? A real purple patch for him, winning 2 matches, 4-0, and then that 4-1 victory over Tian. And here's Whitehead getting the victory over Graham Hall last night. A really animated Conan Whitehead last night. We've not really seen the same emotion from him up there tonight, but he's certainly been in high spirits and delivered the best performances of the evening so far. Let's tuck into this one then. Lads, back over to you in commentary.
Thank you very much, Abby. So, for Graham Hall, he has to win to stay in the race to qualify for tomorrow night. If Conan Whitehead wins this game, we know the 6 identities for tomorrow night's Champions Night and the £20,000 top prize. Graham Hall was within touching distance of qualifying through Group A. It went down to the very last leg in game 45 of 45. Graham Usher won his way through. He may be eliminated from Group B if Conan Whitehead wins this game, and he'll send Darryl Pilgrim and Chris Mason through with him. It is all getting very, very serious here at the Super Series.
It's amazing that we were saying only last game that
first leg, it's
well,
Graham
that we
to throw
thought it was
first.
amazing and that there was 4
Game
games
on.
to go and only one was a guaranteed known to get through. And here we are 1 game later going, well, if Conan wins this game, we know all 3 now.
Everyone can sit back, relax
60.
and enjoy the last 2 games without pressure.
Yeah. You don't want to be Graham or Ciaran. I mean, Ciaran now, we know he has
140.
been eliminated, but Graham really wants to still have a shot in that very last match to be able to qualify.
You want every game to mean something, don't
Yeah.
you?
100.
Now he is through to tomorrow night. How do you fancy Conan's chances of going on and
41.
picking up the pot?
And if he continues to play tomorrow night, as we've seen tonight, then he's absolutely one of the front runners for tomorrow night's final night.
58.
I wonder if the other 3 who have already played, as in Josh, Graham and Leah,
55.
are watching to see who their 3 opponents will be for tomorrow night.
I know Graham is Usher, that is a avid watcher of this away from the hockey.
26.
I think Josh said that he's going to have a little bit of a throw
39.
tonight. Just keep the arm going, keep the arm warm, and then see what happens tomorrow.
We're definitely not seeing the same Conan here in this match so far. I mean, there have only been 12 darts thrown, but still not the same caliber as what we've been
140.
treated to earlier tonight. Maybe it is the fact that he knows that he's through, so feels like he can
128.
just get
Graham,
up there and relax
117.
and not really worry. But still, with everyone, well, with Graham in particular, still fighting for a spot, you know, he needs to, I guess, get up there and cement his dominance.
77. Conan, you require 98.
Tops would have been the way to start. Whitehead could break on double 19.
Game shot
Gets
the
the
first
double 19
leg. Conan
for an
Whitehead.
opening leg breaker throw. He leads 1-0. And the bad news just keeps on coming for Graham Hall.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Would you like to know his double 19 stats?
Oh, I'd love to, Henry. Please do tell.
94.
I could tell you're having the time of your life.
Oh, yeah. I love a good stat.
He's now 50% on that double.
50%. He'll be happy to know that. I'll make sure I mention it to him later.
140.
I'm sure it's worth the build-up.
Yeah, it was.
$140. 140.
I think maybe Conan might have heard me say that this was, you know, not the same kind of player that we'd seen in his first couple of games, because he's definitely picked up his act. Then he's taken himself from what was about a 67 average
95.
to now just
Conan,
over 100.
127.
And he's one of those players that can just flick the switch at any given moment. 50 left. Go on, Conan.
He'll go for it. He's a show pony.
95.
Oh, he made a liar out of me. Can't believe it. He went with the bull with 3 darts in his hand earlier. You'd think he would have just gone at this time. Playing it safe.
55. Conan, you require 32.
Double 16 for 13 data for 2-0 and next to no time at all.
24.
Graham Hall comes back and we
Graham,
saw
you
him miss the
require
double 18 for the
153.
153 in the deciding leg against Chris Mason earlier on this evening.
$93. Conan, you require 8.
Didn't get the shot that time. Can Conan finish
Game
off
shot on the
this?
second
Yes.
leg.
Yes, he can.
Conan Whitehead.
So a 2-0 lead for Conan. So it's all to do for Graham from here,
Third leg,
because
it's
he's
Graham to throw
obviously had a
first.
break, held a
Game
break,
on.
so the breaker throw counts. In case I haven't mentioned that before, Henry.
48. We'll get
48.
catchphrases in the commentary box. Apparently they play bingo next door.
Really?
Yeah, in the production room they have a
140.
commentary bingo.
Oh, excellent. I hope I make it onto the bingo card. That'll be cool.
Sure you will, Corinne. I'm sure you will.
And it'll probably be like
96.
something like, oh, Jesus, Henry.
$57.
Not
Or
another
something
stat.
Like, yeah, it'll be like something like, yes, Henry, please tell me that stat.
And if that isn't the bingo card, no one will ever win ever.
96. $180.
Bit of enthusiasm there from Conan for his first 180 of the match. Actually, Henry, please tell me the stat on how many 180s Conan's hit tonight.
$45.
5
Conan
so far.
require
5.
So what's his total
124.
this week? So far.
I'll tell you after, he may get the 124.
92.
Well, he wasn't going to hit 180 with the 124, was he?
$60. Conan, you require 32.
Oh, double 16 for a
Game
3-0
shot on the
lead.
third
Makes no
leg.
mistake about
Conan
it.
Whitehead.
And he'll be back with the darts now to see if he
Fourth
can
leg,
wrap
it's Conan
this
to
match
throw
up
first.
4-0.
Game on.
Are you still counting up those 180s?
35.
35.
94.
I feel like you're starting to enjoy the stats, Corinne.
No, I just like seeing you scrounge around looking for them.
180.
There we go. There's Graham's first 180 of the match.
100.
Now then, Graham. To save your Super Series live, can you do something inspired?
58.
You get the sense that in a few seconds' time, there may be gold next to the names of Messrs. Pilgrim and Mason.
81.
And a Q next to their name as qualifiers for tomorrow night's final. The all-important final. The £20,000 final.
137.
Don't miss it tomorrow from 10 here on Sporty Stuff TV. It's bound to be some
98.
occasion.
Graham, you require 126.
That it is, and it's unfortunate for all of those who weren't quick enough to get their tickets because we are a sold-out venue tomorrow night. So everyone else is just going to have to watch it from the comfort of their own home.
46. Conan, you require 128.
To send Pilgrim and Mason through. The bullseye for Whitehead.
103.
And it would have been to have eliminated Graham Hall. And so he gets
80.
one final chance. One final go to save his Super Series campaign. He's going to get one dart at double top.
60.
And it doesn't go.
Conan, you require 25.
And so the Barbarian can knock Graham Hall out if he can take out this 25 and send through Darryl Pilgrim and Chris Mason with him.
17.
But Hall returns.
Graham, you require 20.
Double 10. He has been pretty good on double 10 tonight, hasn't he, Henry? I know that stat myself. Couldn't give you a number, but I'm just saying it's been pretty good. And on double 5 too.
10.
Oh, and again, made a liar out of
Conan,
me.
you require 8.
It's the nerves, obviously, knows that he needs that to stay in the match.
No score.
I have no words.
Graham, you require
Did
10.
not see that coming.
First dart was the perfect lie. We did not expect that second snatch.
Game shot on the fourth
And so Graham
leg.
Hall is still in
Graham
it.
Hall.
He has ridden his luck and then some, but he's still got a fighter's chance. He's going to have to win another 3.
Fifth leg, it's Graham to throw first.
But
Game
where
on.
there is an opportunity, where there is hope, there is always a chance.
58.
Graham Hall is 45% on double 5.
100.
That was perhaps the biggest one of the lot.
It's only
100.
really going to mean something if he wins this leg and then the following 2 after it. I mean, great that he did get a leg on the board, but,
100.
you know, needs to get 4 legs for the win, Henry.
It could all be academic.
$100.
I can imagine Darryl Pilgrim and Chris Mason racing up and down the practice room right now as we speak.
140.
Conan winning this game is going to take a lot of pressure off Pilgrim because it means that he's not actually had to go and win that game himself to qualify, which is what he's been trying to do in his last 3 matches.
58. Conan, you require 161. $137.
Yeah, that was great darts from Conan to leave himself 24, and he'll be back for that to be able to see if this time he can close out the match.
145. Conan, you require 24.
To seal the Super 6.
$18.
And Graham Hall gets another chance.
Graham, you require 40.
It's 3 from 15 now for Conan Whitehead on the doubles.
$20. Conan, you require 6.
Is he going to go the double 3 or is he going to split it? No, he's going to go. 2 tricky darts there to get round that.
3.
Right.
Graham, you require 20.
And Graham Hall gets another chance.
He can't quite believe his luck, I don't think. Back up for that double 5 again.
15.
Oh, nasty.
Conan, you require 3.
Talking about nasty, here's the one, double 1, the madhouse for Whitehead to seal the finals field.
No score. Graham, you require
Scrappy.
5. No score.
And that could be that.
Conan, you require 3.
Double 1 for Whitehead.
No score.
Surely Graham
Graham,
can't
you
have
require
many more
5.
chances here. He's thinking he can't have many more chances here. This is the point in a leg where you get to going, I don't care who hits the double.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Just someone hit the
Graham
double.
Hall.
As a player, I'm saying, when you get like that and you struggling on those doubles, whether it be double 1 or trying to get off an odd number like that,
6th
and
leg, it's
you
Conan
have
to
those
throw
repeated
first.
throws at him, you just like, I don't
Game
really
on.
care whether it's me or you, just someone hit the double so we can move on.
It was like a game of Monopoly. Throw again, throw again, throw again.
Are we going to see a great comeback here from Graham
140.
Hall? Win this leg, take us to a 7th and deciding leg.
Messrs. Mason and Pilgrim must have had their head in their
60.
hands. They must have thought that they were through and Conan Whitehead was going to get the job done. He may still get the job done. Of course, he's still in front. But he would have
100.
watched them. He's now had 14 match darts, Conan Whitehead.
Wow, that's a lot of missed starts from Conan,
140.
considering the form that he was showing in his earlier games.
When you look at the scoring,
140.
he's missed 18 darts at double and still averaging 85.
Mm-hmm.
$100. Conan, you require 121. $55.
Wow,
80.
that's the
Conan, you
first Robin
require
Hood we've seen
66.
so far in the last couple of nights.
48.
And he's missed yet another 2 darts.
Graham, you require
to close out this
121.
match. Graham with 121 left on the board. We've seen him already hit a ton plus. Check out 11 for bullseye.
91.
Oh, not to be this time, but it's left
Conan, you
himself
require
30.
18.
Is it going to happen this time? Are we going to see this match finished?
Double 4.
14.
Well, you'd have to call in Graham Haldini if he
Graham, you
pulls this one
require
off.
30.
This has been a terrific act of escapology, and he could take us all the way if he can take the double 15.
$15.
But Whitehead returns
Conan, you
to
require
finally
4.
end it. And after all the trials and tribulations, double 1.
Game, shots,
And we now
and
know
the, match.
the 6
Conan
players
Whitehead.
that will compete in the first ever MODUS Super Series finals. Conan Whitehead has sent through Darryl Pilgrim and Chris Mason through to Champions Night with his 20th match dart, averaging 80.22, but that's because of the missed dart at the checkouts. He gets the better of Graham Hall, who has been eliminated from the process. He was so close to qualifying through Group A. He was so close to qualifying through Group B, but it wasn't to be for him, and Whitehead is through by 4 legs to 2. It means Chris Mason can have a lap of honour in our next match as he takes on Ciaran Teehan.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, Conan Whitehead eventually got over the line in that match, and it, of course, means that this man, Darryl Pilgrim, and Chris Mason will join Whitehead in finals night. Darryl, just sum up how you felt watching Whitehead, especially on the doubles in that match.
Couldn't believe it. I was just, I mean, I shouldn't have put myself in a position to rely on other people, but I was just like, oh, just hit it, just hit it. It's a silly game, silly game.
And as you said, you did put yourself in that position. Of course, the 3 defeats so far this evening. How much has it played on your mind, knowing that you've just needed the 2 points to get through?
I didn't really think about it. I played all right the first 2 games, and then I started thinking about it, that 3rd game, and you could tell with how I played. But yeah, I wasn't thinking about it. I was just throwing, but it's darts.
And I guess that pressure is something in these environments, something you need to get used to very, very quickly.
Yeah, this game's always about pressure. If there's no pressure, you just hit everything. Like practice, it's easy in practice. In a pressure situation, just that bit of extra tightness in your arm make all the difference.
And you've said as well on the Challenge Tour recently that the performance levels have certainly been there. It's just turning those into results. Did you feel that a little bit at the start of the session today? Yeah,
especially the first 2 games. I actually felt like I played better than yesterday, and I won 4 out of 4, but I lost the first 2. It's a silly game. It's just, you can play well and lose, and not play the best and win.
And it's hard to be too harsh on yourself and too critical, but what are the main things you feel like you need to improve going into finals night tomorrow?
Definitely my first dart. I keep dropping low, almost as if I've shrunk overnight, but if I get that first dart right, that's when I'm good. My doubles have been pretty good. It's just once it all clicks, it's all good.
And just finally, in the context of your year, how big could tomorrow night be for you?
Oh, ridiculously massive. It's everything to anyone here. I mean, to win this, the money that's on offer, we set you up for Q School, and then like you could just concentrate on darts. Yeah, it's just massive. It's just massive.
It is indeed massive. This man will be back tomorrow night for finals night. We've got Ciaran Teehan up against Chris Mason for you next. Of course, very little riding on this one because we do now know the 6 players through to finals night. But let's hand back over to the commentary team to enjoy this one.
Thank you very much indeed, Abby. So we now know the Super 6 that will take part in the Super Series Champions Night. Congratulations goes to Graham Usher, Josh Payne, Lee Evans, Conan Whitehead, Darryl Pilgrim, and Chris Mason.
Oh, what a fantastic achievement for all of them, but particularly Chris Mason. This is just amazing to have him be able to play, firstly in Champions Week, but then to qualify through. I mean, he's part of the furniture around here, has been part of, you know, the MODUS Super Series.
First leg, it's Ciaran to throw first.
Pretty much since its inception, really, and to now get out there as a player and be able to demonstrate the ability that he has, I just think that's amazing.
100.
It could be the most incredible story because he commentated on the first dart and he may throw the final dart of the first ever Super Series.
Oh, that's very true, Henry. He could well do. I mean, you can't rule anything out, can you?
100.
We've seen what tonight's brought us in terms of drama, the ups, the downs, missed doubles.
140.
The 180s, the 45s, it's been everything. And of course, your puns and stats and terrible jokes. We've had it all.
135.
You've enjoyed it really, Corinne.
Of course I have, Henry. And as a result, I will be back tomorrow.
Yes.
45.
Because Chris Mason's qualified, we had a gap in the commentary box. And Corinne Hammond is going to join us again for Champions Night tomorrow. May even have a cameo
96.
up on the broadcast balcony tomorrow.
Oh, they're going to take us from the commentary box up onto the balcony. Wow. What a duo we make, Henry.
100. Chris should require 170. 134.
That's
Ciaran,
some
you
great
require
darts there from Mace
160.
to leave himself 36.
$96. Chris, you require 36.
Double 18 for Mason. 2 9s.
27.
Just inside.
Ciaran, you require 20.
For a 16 dart holder throw, Tian wants double 5.
No score.
And maybe this was
Chris,
kind of
you
what we expected.
require
Although that was a
9.
weird play. If you're going to bust it,
Yeah.
don't go 25.
I can't see that he really was trying to bust it.
Game shot on the first leg. Chris Mason.
Chris Mason breaks the throw in the opener. 1-0 lead after a weird play there from
Second leg, it's
Ciaran
Chris to
Teehan.
throw first.
Not that Mace will care. But for Ciaran, he'd like to finish on a high, qualified by winning week 6, the first ever night of the Super Series
57.
here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As Ciaran rightly mentioned, it's a sellout tomorrow. However, you can get your tickets for every single week of Stage 2. And
31.
it is a very good night out here at the Live Lounge.
Yes, I can second that it is. I have been to all but one Saturday evening here at the Live Lounge.
96.
And wasn't it buzzing last week?
Oh, yeah, it was. That was
100.
The best Saturday night I think that we've had since the opening night, really. Amazing crowd, amazing atmosphere, and it was great for the players all involved.
100.
And it's going to be jumping and jiving in here tomorrow as well.
Oh, is that because you're going to be doing a bit of a dance on the balcony?
100.
Should I do a dance off before the play gets underway?
Yeah, go on.
Me and Nico?
I've seen him dance.
60.
Yeah, actually, do that.
Be a bit of dad dancing going about.
$93.
Be darty dancing.
All right, stop now.
$95.
93 for Mason for 2-0. And you can just tell that because everything's been settled, the sting in proceedings
40.
has just been
Chris, you require
taken
93.
out somewhat.
Well, I mean, we are literally
57.
playing, you know, these next
Ciaran, you require
two matches are dead
137.
rubbers, as they say.
$59. Chris, you require 36.
2-0. Double 9.
Game shot on the second leg. Chris Mason.
And Chris Mason opens up a 2-0 lead. You just get the sense that there's some tired darts out there. The
Third leg, it's
adrenaline
Ciaran to throw
that
first.
courses
Game
through
on.
the body usually helps when you're in a position that something matters. When it's not there, when you know there's nothing to play for, that can quickly drain out of the system. And as a result, sometimes we'll see one or t'other in terms of these games. It'll either be a blockbuster where players are playing with freedom, or sometimes there could be a little bit of tiredness that kicks in as a result of that adrenaline leaving the body. It's all natural. It's all normal. That's normal for Tian.
180. $57.
Mace is way behind there in this leg, still on 363 with Ciaran on 181. What's he going to be able to leave himself here after this start?
81.
A nice round, even 100.
Steady ton.
I'd like to think that they're not really playing for
100.
nothing. Well, the result's
Kieran, you
not going to have
require
any
100.
impact on what happens in terms of the qualifying for tomorrow night. But you still want to be able to play well. You're still playing, you know, in a televised match. So
80.
you don't want to just go out there and look like you don't care. Still playing for a bit of self-pride, I would say.
And of course, the opportunity to gain another invitation here
99.
to the
Kieran,
Super
you require
Series.
20. No score. Chris, you require 164.
Bullseye for Mason.
122.
For 3-0. That would have been Dark
Kieran, you
Charvu.
require 20.
What is that?
Game
Duck
shot on the third
Shabu?
leg. Ciaran Teehan.
Oh, yep. It's just rolled on to 1 a.m. Henry, yeah. On firing on all
Fourth leg, it's Chris to
one
throw
cylinder.
first. $100.
When you said yes to agree to come in the commentary box this week, did you expect this?
No, well, you know, it's clearly evident now that I'd not heard your commentary
140.
before. I didn't know what to expect. Baptism by fire, should we say?
180.
It may feel like a baptism of fire for Ciaran Teehan as Mace pars in his first max of the match.
60. $134.
Yeah, great cover shot there from Mace. Leave himself 87. And he'll be coming back to look for a 3-1 lead in our penultimate match of the evening.
100. Chris, you require 87.
So for the treble 18 there to lead double 8. Double 16
55.
upon his return then. For a 13 data, 3-1 lead and to finish his group on a high.
45. Chris, you require 32. Game shot on the fourth leg. Chris Mason.
So Mace opens up a 3-1 lead courtesy of a 13 dart holder throw.
Fifth leg, it's Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
And he's one leg away from finishing this group on 10
41.
points. Could finish this group second, depending on the result in our final game of the evening.
97.
That's a good point, Henry, because obviously there is meaning behind finishing first, second or third in a group, because that's ultimately going to decide
85.
which group you play in tomorrow night.
And of course, things like advantages of throw in particular matches and things such as that, it does
98.
all come into play.
$40.
And I wonder who will be the player that they'll all want to avoid tomorrow night.
Well, you've got to be thinking it's Graham Usher, wouldn't you? I mean, he's the one who qualified straight through to Saturday. So, yeah, I mean, but I also
60.
probably wouldn't want to face off with the Conan that we saw earlier this evening. Josh Payne's obviously put in a great performance as well. So, yeah, I mean, nobody probably really wants to play anyone. They all just want to get a
133.
bye straight through to the final.
We are not going to let them have it, though.
Absolutely not. They will play their way there.
You have to do it on merit here at the MODUS Super
100.
Series. And of course, a word for our referee, Charlie Corsafine, who does an excellent job here at the Super Series. He's been here since
58.
yesterday and will
Chris
be
require
doing the big one tomorrow.
146. 100. Ciaran, you require 144.
This is a big ask here of Ciaran to put away this 144 and save his chances in this match.
57. Chris, you
Not
require
able to
46.
do it though, so Mace is back for 46 to close out the match with a 4-1 win.
Game, shots, and the match.
And just like
Chris
that,
Mason.
he does it.
And Chris Mason finishes off his campaign with a 4-1 victory against Ciaran Teehan with an average just underneath 88, 4 from 12 on the checkout. 33% that equates to a 46 high checkout. He gets the better of Ciaran Teehan. That is our farewell to him for the Super Series Champions League. I'm sure we're going to see him again, and we look forward to that when he does return. But Chris Mason is going to be back for the final tomorrow night. Not in the commentary box. He's playing in the finals. And one final game for us tonight. We'll see Graham Hall depart the scene. He'll be hoping to end with a victory as he takes on our fellow finalists from this group, Darryl Pilgrim. That's coming up live with us after this short break.
Good evening and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. I am joined by the commentator who has now made it through to finals night for a second successive week. Chris Mason, if you could win your first game of the night, this would be much easier for you, wouldn't it?
I'd be unbeatable, wouldn't I? Yeah, just that first game, a bit of early nerves, a bit of anxiety. You can practice all you like until game on, first game, you don't know where you are. And then once I've played that first game, I can go backstage and sort it out.
And even someone with your experience, you said after yesterday, having lost those first two games, you felt really under the cosh then, didn't you? You felt like things were slipping away from you. How on earth did you manage to turn that around?
Well, especially in this group, because they're all quality and they can all, and that's the thing, they can all beat each other. And if you lose two early games, you think, well, I'm right under it. And I still had 2 tough games to go. Fortunately, a bit of luck here and there, and some darts dropped for me. And then tonight, my attitude was right: get out of the blocks early, win that first game. Lost the first game, although in fairness, Conan was unbelievable, unplayable at times. And then I just sort of just knuckled down. I thought I played lovely against Darryl, played some really good stuff at times, bits in between against Graham, and then obviously that last one was tough. But all the best to Ciaran for the rest of the year.
And we mentioned, or you just mentioned, your performance against Darryl, a sublime checkout in that match. Here we can see it, that 1-3-1.
Yeah,
it really was beautiful.
Well, this was at the point when I played him yesterday, and I had 1 dart at double 16, ironically, and didn't hit it yesterday for 2-2. And I hit it there, I had the break back, and then I felt he was under it. I did the same the other Thursday. I won 5 out of 5, and you think, oh, well, you're flying. But the pressure mounts. You're just under it. It's a weird scenario.
Which one was the most satisfying, though? That 1-3-1 or the 1-3-2 on the bull yesterday?
Oh, the 1-3-2 on the bull. It was a beauty, wasn't it?
How on earth did you see that bull?
Well, and ironically, me and Conan were talking about it literally in the afternoon about James Wade doing it and Phil Taylor doing it. And we literally were talking about all them great bull shots. Dean Winstanley did one. And we literally just commented. And when the 25 went in, I thought, oh, this is hilarious. And the 57 went in, I had a look right. No chance. I had a look left. I thought, there's a tiniest top of the ball I can aim at. And just lucky enough, it dropped in.
And prior to last week, we were talking about how it had been so long since you'd played on a stage like this. How were you feeling mentally and physically at this stage, having played 2 weeks successively?
Absolutely done. Like the physical side of it is probably not as hard as the mental side of it, because you don't know where you are. You're looking at all the other results, and it does you mentally. And we've seen that from Graham Moore. He's a fabulous player, and not done himself justice. You know, he played lovely in Group A and was a bit unlucky not to get through to the finals, and he's felt the wrath of that.
And going into finals night, you've got Graham Usher playing superbly well, Josh Payne as well. So much talent in there. Who is it you're looking at as the main rival? I know you're going to play your chances down, but so much talent.
All of them. Listen, you don't get to finals night if you can't do the business, and they're all capable of doing the business. There's not an easy game in there. So either turn up or go home.
And turn up.
And I don't mind going home, actually.
And turn up is something you need to do. But that first game, how do you now, because you know it's playing on your mind at this stage?
I won one first game in, I don't know however long. Yeah, I don't know how to deal with it. It's a mental thing, and I thought about it tonight. I thought about it yesterday, and it's just one of them things. I either show up or show out.
Thinking, eh? It's a dangerous, dangerous thing. Maybe that's what you need to stop doing. Stop thinking, and that first win will come in a session. Absolutely, absolutely. Right, that's a beautiful thought to lead us into our final match of Group B. Guys, back over to you in commentary.
Thank you very much, Abby. Thank you very much, Mace. We'll try and get that mental image out of our heads as quickly as possible as we move on to our last game of the group stage action, as Darryl Pilgrim takes on Graham Hall to conclude the pool stage action here at Champions Week. The next time we'll see Darryl Pilgrim after tonight will be in tomorrow evening's final, where he's going to be playing for a career high payday of £20,000 and the MODUS Super Series trophy. Graham Hall will return home following this particular fixture, but I'm sure we will see him again at the Super Series soon.
First leg, it's Darryl to throw first.
Shall we finish with a flourish, Corinne Hammond?
Oh, God, Henry. Are you going to give me a good stat?
I was only asking a question.
I'm surprised you haven't pre-thought of one.
$28.
Shall I just throw the stats book at you in this game?
That would mean throwing your laptop at me, so no, I'd rather you didn't.
58.
Here's one for you. Prior to tonight, Graham Hall in this series had a 13-5 record in games where he flew first, but against he has a similar record, 14-6.
So what you're saying is that he
96.
generally tends to win most of his games?
Basically, yes.
Okay. You could have just said that.
57.
So between them tonight, they've only won one game between them. These pair tonight, only won one game. Which is incredible when you think about it. And that win was...
Darryl Pilgrim hasn't won a game yet tonight, has he?
No, Graham Hall is the only winner tonight. He beat Ciaran Teehan by 4 legs to 2 in game 2.
97. Graham, you require 151.
151 for Graham Hall to light up the blue touch paper, but it's not going to happen.
86. Darryl, you require 58.
Tops. Double 10.
Game shot on the first
For 1-0 to Darryl Pilgrim. Will Pilgrim be the people's choice tomorrow night to win the title?
Second leg, it's Graham.
The bookmakers are quoting him, or did quote him, at figures around 3 to 5 to 1 to win
58.
The whole thing.
Well, that's not a people's choice, is it? That's the bookmaker's choice.
$180. $180.
He's following up, Pilgrim. Following up.
139. $52.
So, Darryl Pilgrim was 5 to 1 at the start of play tonight to win his tournament.
60.
I think
so from 3s, he's gone to 5s.
You're talking to the wrong person here, Henry. I don't understand betting at all. So
139.
Kind of the same thing
Darryl, you require
as I said about football.
122.
Don't follow football. Don't really know much about betting.
2 7s.
108. Graham, you require 72.
Another one of them. For tops to level us up at 1 apiece. No.
Darryl, you require 14.
Straight for the double 7.
Game shot
to make it 2-0 and a break of throw for Darryl Pilgrim.
I can tell
Third leg,
you
it's Darryl to throw first. Game on
double 7 for tonight. It's 100%. Didn't even need to look that up.
140.
Knew it straight off the top of my head.
You're too good, Corinne. You're too good.
You're looking to see what his actual stats are on double 7 now, aren't you?
I'm going to have a look at the... He missed the last dart at the shot before, though, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, he did too. Yeah, my bad.
34.
50%. Back to the abacus for me.
Statistically, that was the first
80.
stat you got wrong tonight.
It's probably not going to be the last either.
It has been an absolute pleasure the last couple of nights, Corinne.
I bet this is the most fun you've had in a long time, isn't it, Henry?
I've absolutely loved every single second of it. Thank you for your company, Corinne. Been really good fun. Great to have Wolfie with us as well. Earlier on today, we've had May Service in the commentary box. Been quite privileged with commentary partners. And you're going to be teamed up with Paul Nicholson.
37.
Yes, my fellow Australian tomorrow night. Looking forward to it.
Just one more stat for you. You have made history here at the MODUS Super Series because you are the first ever female commentator.
57.
Wow.
Darryl,
Set foot in this commentary box.
154.
Fallon has been here before, but you are our first shall we say, permanent session commentator at the Super Series.
Can I get that on a trophy?
We'll put it on the name tag.
53.
No, it's actually been really fun. I have enjoyed myself a lot, so I am looking forward to coming back to tomorrow night.
93.
And
Darryl,
I
you
have
require
no doubt that
101.
Nico has just as many stats and puns as what you do.
You wouldn't believe. It's double 7 again. No.
87.
It was double 7.
Graham, you require 154.
Well, he's on a 50% success rate on it. Why wouldn't he go for it again? He's just knocked that down to about 33.3%. Is that right? I don't know.
And then Graham Hall from the 54 went for 2 balls. It's
Darryl, you require
a bit of craziness
40.
and a bit of madness in our final game of the evening.
No score. Graham, you require 50.
Well, it does seem like they're, not really playing for a result here. There still is a result because a win for Darryl is going to see him secure 2nd place in tonight's fixtures. But if
30.
Graham gets the win, then that puts
Darryl
Darryl into 3rd
required
place
14.
and Mace coming through 2nd. So there is still something to play for.
$10.
And this is for the break for Graham Hall.
20.
2 10s.
Game
There
shot
it
on the
is.
3rd leg. Graham Hall.
And it is 2-1. That is the breaker throw for Graham Hall. And the 2 players have a little bit of a laugh and joke about
4th leg,
proceedings.
it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
It's a different atmosphere up on that stage now to what it was earlier in the night. You wouldn't have had the 2 players
40.
laughing and joking in the earlier matches of this evening's session. But now that it's come down to the last match, we know what the result, we know ultimately who has qualified. Don't know the final results as yet.
180.
What we do know is it's a max to start for Darryl Pilgrim. And Graham Hall is looking to follow in kind. Oh, yeah.
180.
Now, what have you got, Darryl?
Not another
92.
180 by the look of it.
This could be. This could be.
140. $177. Graham, you require 141. $65. Darryl, you require 52.
So, for 3-1 and the break back. Double 16. 2 8s.
Game shot on the
Goes.
4th leg.
And Pilgrim
Darryl
has the
Pilgrim.
darts. Darryl has the darts to end the evening session and end the group with a win.
5th leg, it's Darryl to throw first. $134.
He's so good on that cover shot of the 57s. It's not often that he, does miss it.
140. $137.
Well, Ciaran, it's been an absolute pleasure sharing the commentary box with you over the last couple of days, but it's now time to send you up to the balcony for some final thoughts with Abigail Davies.
Hey, thank you, Henry. Well, I will see you tomorrow night. After you've had your haircut, got your suit on, got your cravat, I don't know, pocket handkerchief or something, I don't know. But you said you're going to be suited and booted, so I look forward to seeing that.
An absolute pleasure having Ciaran Hammond in the commentary box over the last couple of days. Darryl Pilgrim could finish this group in some style.
83.
Leaving 170 after 9
170.
for the match. Another bullseye.
145.
And the eagle nearly landed the big fish.
144. 42. Darryl, you required 25.
For the match, 25. 2 8s.
Nine.
But that double goes in and out, and so Hall
Graham,
gets
you
another
require
opportunity
102.
on 102 to bring it back to 3-2.
62.
And so Pilgrim
Darryl, you
returns for
require
double 8.
16. Game,
And
shots,
the Eagle
and the
will
match.
be feeling glad
Darryl
it's all over
Pilgrim.
now, because he is into the final of the MODUS Super Series. He is one of 6 players to make it through to the red carpet occasion. He rounds off his campaign with a 4-1 victory against Graham Hall with an 89.32 average. 3 180s in that match, 3-2 in Graham Hall's favour. 4th and 17 on the doubles for Darryl Pilgrim, the 58 being the high checkout. But now we know the field for the final of the first ever MODUS Super Series Champions Night, where one player will pick up £20,000. It is going to be between Graham Usher, Josh Payne, Lee Evans, and then from tonight's group, Conan Whitehead, Darryl Pilgrim, and Chris Mason. One of them 6 men will pick up the big prize tomorrow evening from 10 p.m. But let's get some final thoughts and reflections from our Friday evening session here at the Super Series, the conclusion of Group B. Let's head upstairs to the balcony where Corinne Hammond is joined alongside Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. An incredible night of darting drama. We saw the 170, the big fish, a 167 in there as well. Some really high averages over the course of the night. But Conan Whitehead, he has been inspired tonight, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He was phenomenal, almost unplayable at times in his earlier matches. I think once he'd secured that qualification, though, you could see that the adrenaline was just gone and he was just going out to play, so didn't quite put in the same performance, but still got over the line with a win anyway.
Yeah, it would be really difficult, wouldn't it, to maintain that standard even though you know you are through to finals now. We can see confirmation then of the Group B table with all games played. Conan Whitehead finishes top, Darryl Pilgrim in second, and Chris Mason in third. May say in there the mental toll that this has taken on him, especially given he's had so long away from playing, but really, really impressive that he's through to his 2nd successive finals night.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, effectively, you're playing a round robin, and with a round robin, you're relying on results of other games as well. So you not only have to worry about your own game, you're worried about what's happening in other games. So you never really know where you stand. So when he says that it does take its toll mentally, that's absolutely true. It does.
And interesting to hear his thoughts on his first matches. He's very much aware that it takes him a game or 2 to settle into things. That can't play a part on finals night, can it?
No, it can't. And you know, he's put himself in a position now where that's become a habit. He's always thinking that. And like you were saying, he needs to try and forget it. But that's a very difficult thing to do. If that's something that, you know, you feel like is part of your game, it becomes like a habit, and like any habit, hard to break.
Indeed it is. We can have a look then at the 2 groups for finals night. 6 players that are through. Group 1, Darryl Pilgrim, Graham Usher, Lee Evans. Group 2, though, Chris Mason, Conan Whitehead, Josh Payne. Group 2 is brutal, isn't it?
That's, yeah, going to be absolute fire tomorrow night, I think. Yeah, can't wait to see it all unfold.
Yeah, Graham Usher is someone who many people are tipping as the favourite to go all the way, and it's hard to disagree given the performance he's put in Monday through to Wednesday. But of those 6 players, who have you been most impressed with?
I mean, Conan's really impressed me tonight, you know, but I know that he has that game in him and I know that he's able to do it. Josh has done really well too. I think the advantage that you'll see from the other 5 players as opposed to Graham is that they're fresh off playing the last couple of days, where he has had a couple of days of not playing. But that could go either way. Maybe the couple of days rest will work for him, or you know, it could work in favour of the others. I think those that have played in tonight's group would be at the advantage having played in the evening, whereas Josh and Lee have come off playing in the morning sessions to then turn to tomorrow night playing again.
And on that note as well, I did hear earlier that Graham is staying somewhere without a dartboard in his house, so not really getting the practice in away from this. Is that something you can understand, or would you want to be constantly at the board?
I absolutely understand that. I'm pretty much the same. I'm not a practicer. I don't, and if that's what works for him, there's no reason at all for him to change that. So yeah, I can understand that.
Yes, certainly been working for him this week, hasn't it? We get finals night underway from 10 p.m. tomorrow on Sporty Stuff TV. We look forward to seeing you then.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.